2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Fairly news-packed day today. We got several topics we're going to talk about. As always, you know how the show tends to go. We tend to funnel towards one predominant topic, but I got a few things I want to run by you folks. Let me make sure I don't have any of my the settings wrong today, because we're having a regular live stream, so I want to make sure I got everything set. We don't want. Yesterday we had what I refer to as a subscriber only, but we're not going to have that today. We're going to have an open live, so I do want to make sure. I believe that the settings should be okay. Okay, I see you folks in the comments. Alter Ego, good afternoon. Welcome to the program. I'm just making sure I got the settings right before we continue on. So it does look like everything is wide open. All right, so several topics. We got multiple topics today. And as I said, we often funnel down to a predominant topic. But right off the bat, Trump had an interview yesterday with Levine, I believe his name is, of Fox News, and comments anywhere Trump is located, you can best believe interesting comments will follow. President Trump stated, this is an actual quote, I want to get your opinion on. You guys know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor any damn body, so we do believe in free speech. So we're going to give you his quote. We're going to leave it up to you to determine it, and we'll certainly talk about it on the program. Right off the bat, President Trump stated, it's so crazy that my poll numbers go up. Whoever heard you get indicted for interfering with a presidential election where you have every right to do it, you get indicted and your poll numbers go up. Now, this coming from President Trump stating that he's basically saying he got indicted for interfering with the election. He also followed by saying, I had every right to do it. And he's saying it's crazy because his poll numbers actually went up. So right off the bat, it's going to lead to the obvious question. Do you believe Trump had the right, quote unquote, the right to interfere in the 2020 election? Because he's flat out admitting it. Normally, you use the word alleged in these cases. You don't normally come out. You normally would say, you get indicted for allegedly interfering with the election, and all of a sudden your polls go up. It's crazy. No, he didn't throw the word alleged in there. He pretty much said, and by the way, he followed up by saying, you have every right to do it. So the question we're asking is, do you believe President Trump had the right, as he states, the right to interfere with the 2020 election? Wow. I'm going to assume this might be driving some of his own legal attorneys, might be driving some of his own counsel nuts that he actually said that. But I want to hear from the folks. We don't block, ban, or censor. You don't have to agree with any damn body in the comment section. You don't have to agree with the host. It's all about free speech. Nobody's going to limit your time simply because you have a difference of opinion. That's how it works. Secondary topic. We have more than one topic today. We got several, but we'll bottleneck it. Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel, Prime Minister of Israel, has apparently apologized to the families of the hostages. 6 hostages were unalived. I hate saying the damn word as opposed to what really happened, but they were unalived by Hamas, allegedly. Likely by Hamas, almost certainly by Hamas. They were found deceased. And the forensics suggest that their lives were taken only 72 hours before they were found. A lot of folks in Israel, to the tune of hundreds of thousands. I've heard estimates as many as 500, 500,000 to 750,000 folks showed up last night to protest against Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu did apologize to the family. I don't know for what, but I want to ask you folks, do you believe Benjamin Netanyahu, at least in part, maybe not in whole, but in part, even if not in majority, maybe in minority, do you believe he is somewhat responsible for those hostages losing their lives. What say you? Also, this is another topic we want to talk about. In that interview that President Trump had with Levine, he stated, this is another quote coming from President Trump. They say she has many deficiencies. Now, he's referring to Kamala Harris. He's talking about Vice President Harris. They say she has many deficiencies, but she's a nasty person. The way she treated Mike Pence was horrible. The way she treats people is horrible. Now, that's President Trump suggesting that Kamala Harris once treated Mike Pence horribly. Now, what's the obvious pushback? When Mike Pence ran for president, Trump called Pence delusional and said he's not a good person. But the idea that Trump is saying Kamala Harris treated Mike Pence horribly is certainly bringing out a chuckle among many of Trump's critics. So we want to talk about that. And last but not least, this is a side topic. I don't know if we'll discuss it in detail, but I do want to run it by you folks right now. And by the way, tap the screen a little to the left, trucker. Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate that. Thank you for your support. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 10,000. TikTok has obviously been playing a hell of a lot of issues. I don't block, ban, or censor, and I do personally believe TikTok wants me to do so. We used to have about 5 times as many folks in here on every program. We haven't changed any method of operation here, but for some reason the numbers went down. So I do believe that something of that nature may be happening. But real quick, I want to make sure just because I see somebody said check the connection on TikTok, not YouTube, but on TikTok. Is there any fluctuation? Is everything okay? Because some folks are saying the connection, okay, Candy said the connection is fine. All right, so we'll leave that alone. But and I see folks say the connection is great. Okay, so the last topic I wanted to discuss, judging vice presidents. Many would say that Kamala Harris along with Joe Biden, they failed America economically, poor job with the economy, the rising prices at the pump, rising gas prices is what I'm looking for. Rising fuel prices, inflation, just the cost of goods and services in this country overall have went up significantly under the Biden administration. You got major military conflicts breaking out all over the globe, and many are suggesting alter ego, yeah, appreciate the hat and mustache that started out right, thank you. Many would suggest, plural by the way, alter ego, thank you. Many would suggest that Biden has failed America, and because Kamala Harris is attached to Biden, she too gets the blame. Border, economy, inflation rates, military conflicts, all of this is being blamed on Kamala Harris as well because she's attached to President Biden. Fair enough. So then I have to ask this question, because most folks, at least on the right, my beloved MAGA, most folks would cite that President Trump gave us one of the best economies in recent history. Folks love the fact that there were not a lot of military conflicts breaking out, and they believe Trump was far more superior at handling the border than the likes of Joe Biden. So it leads to one distinct question. If Kamala Harris is also responsible for the failures of President Biden, why the hell isn't MAGA celebrating Mike Pence? I'm trying to get clarity on this. Why is Mike Pence damn near just as much despised by MAGA as Kamala Harris? If Trump did everything right, Mike Pence should be one of the best vice presidents the Republicans can name in our lifetime. Yet they view Mike Pence damn near at the same level as Kamala Harris. Can someone explain that? Can someone make that make sense? Because I want to know, is the vice president actually due to be judged the way a lot of folks are judging him? Because if so, then why isn't Mike Pence being celebrated? Somebody explain that to me. So that is the program today. You know how we run it. We don't block, ban, or censor. Alter Ego, I appreciate the support. Appreciate you sharing the live. I don't normally ask folks, but yeah, feel free. Share the live. I suppose there's some benefits to the algorithm and things like that. Alter Ego, thank you very much for that. So looking in the comments, I have a problem with blaming America for conflicts around, I assume you mean around the world. Have a problem with blaming America for conflicts around the world. Have a problem with, okay, I get, you said it a bunch of times. Okay, so you have a problem with blaming America for conflicts around the world. Some people do, some people don't. Some folks believe, like President Trump believes, that America should basically, for lack of a better term, throw its weight around the world. Maybe if you fear American involvement, some nations won't act against others. That is the language that Trump is using. That if Kamala Harris is elected, nations will not respect her and maybe feel free to do what they want to do. But I understand your point. Looking in the comments, he deserves everything he's get. This is John Van Riper says he deserves everything he gets. He's a lying coward. Damn. Where is Melania? She was at the RNC, Larry Duncan. Melania Trump did show up at the RNC. How is it that America is responsible for the world, says Brooklyn. We shouldn't be. However, we have benefited manpower, exploitation, military. We've benefited by interfering with the world. So as a result, we have taken upon the moniker of being the world's police because that enriches us as a nation. Where were all the people like past presidents and first ladies? Why weren't they at the RNC? Heidi, I think the answer is simple, and I'll go to the box after this. President Trump has taken the Republican Party in a direction that the traditional Republicans do not favor. It is as simple as that. They don't favor it, they don't approve of it, and there's nothing they can do about it because if they speak out too loudly, they're likely to lose their own legacies. You can talk to everybody from Adam Kissinger to Liz Cheney to Jeb Bush to Mitt Romney, a host of folks that represent the traditional Republican Party spoke out that they didn't like the direction Trump was leading the Republican Party in, and they no longer are even relevant. So my guess is there's a reason. I mean, literally none of the leadership in our lifetime, none of the leadership that is still alive, in fact, in the Democratic Party, the living leadership that remains would be the likes of Bill Clinton is still alive. Jimmy Carter is alive, but he's in hospice, and there's no way in hell he could attend any convention. But Bill Clinton is still alive and viable. Obviously, the Obamas are still alive. And, obviously Biden, too. He's serving as president. But they all showed up at the DNC. At the RNC, who's alive still? The Bush family is still alive. I suppose the McCain family, John McCain's deceased, but he was a Republican. He was the head of the Republican ticket. So was Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney is still alive and functional. He didn't show up. No one representing the McCain family showed up. I don't believe anyone representing the Reagan family showed up. The entire Bush family snubbed the event. Yeah, there's no Republican leadership that favors President Trump. And even the likes of Mitch McConnell, my guess is once Mitch McConnell steps down, you're not going to see him likely showing up at Trump events either. The party's went in a different direction. Now, some would favor that. Some believe the party is doing the right thing, but that is likely the answer there. Going to the box, tap the screen, get the likes on up. Appreciate that. We're asking that question. Trump stated he had every right to interfere in the 2020 election. I want to hear your opinion. Happy Labor Day to all of you folks. Thank you for that in the comments, by the way. It says, what does that say, mad something? We'll bring her up. Good afternoon. What name is that there?
Made by Meech. It's Meech the Innovator.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Good afternoon. So Trump stated He had every right to interfere in the 2020 election. What say you?
I think it's part of that downward spiral that Trump is on. I'm actually often amazed by how he's been able to fail upward. It's not inconsistent with with the particular group that he's part of, right?
Define fail upward, because Michelle Obama talked about failing forward. Define that. What do you mean by that?
Failing upward means, most of the businesses you put your hands on have went bankrupt, have pretty much been failing. There's not an example of a successful business that he's run. I mean, his most successful enterprise, I think, has been network marketing. That multi-level media stuff where they sell the knives. You know what I mean? But people talk about him as a businessman, as though, he's ran a successful enterprise or like built something from
You don't see Trump as a successful businessman. And before you answer that question, I want to just read a comment. I always love the ones that I find to be humorous. This one is critical of me, but I thought it was humorous. On YouTube, Jeff Cerrone says, "You look like Miss Obama without a weave." Referring to yours truly. All right, keep going. I look like Michelle Obama, indicating obviously Michelle Obama is likely to be a man. I think they call him Michael. I think
they're trying to say we all look alike. I think that's what that person was trying to say. All black people have a similar... Right. But like with Trump saying he had a right to interfere with our election, like for a American citizen, irrespective of race or ethnicity, to disrespect our nation's constitution and our civic structure in that way, saying that any American, irrespective of race, has a right to interfere with the American election, I think it's blasphemy as an American to say that. And I think a lot of positions that they've taken under the Donald Trump Republican Party, which is a very different Republican Party.
Well, yeah, certainly was suggesting that it's okay to interfere in the election. But why do you think MAGA hasn't said anything about this? I mean, I haven't heard any criticism at all. He said it on Fox News. In fact, Fox News has not been really critical of him saying that he had every right to interfere in the election. Why do you think he even thought that?
Well, and I'm going to say this because, and this is where I'm going with this. I don't want people to feel like I'm reaching. Have you not heard Donald Trump refer to himself as a nationalist?
Yeah.
During his campaign rally?
Yes, I have.
Now, and we've already established that Trump's grandfather is German immigrant. His grandfather and grandmother. He's German. Now we talk about Kamala's ethnicity comes up a lot. Donald Trump has brought up Kamala's ethnicity, challenging her blackness based on having an Indian mother.
He does do that.
So if we can bring up ethnicity, if that's fair, why is Donald Trump's German ethnicity and his tendency to call himself a nationalist not brought up in the same narrative as us challenging Kamala's entire blackness? She has a black father that works at Stanford University right now. It's somehow okay to bring up her ethnicity when people are asking about policy. They're asking about things you're talking about now, about interfering with elections. His main talking point has been Kamala Harris' ethnicity. Yeah. But no one talks about the fact that, and the reason I bring that up by him being German and calling himself a nationalist, the second largest ethnic group among white people in the United States is German.
I did not know that.
Second to Anglo. It's on the census. If you go on census.gov, they actually have a breakdown of the white ethnicity.
So even though we came here from England, I mean, well, I say the colonists came here from England. Even though that happened,
the biggest one. Yeah, Anglo is number one, but the second highest is German. There's an actual map of this on the census website. So I'm saying that's a very huge ethnic group, and what I'm trying to convey to you is that there are a lot of people that follow German nationalism that are U.S. citizens, and their view of America is very different than even other white people.
Explain that. How, if someone is a descendant of Germany and they're identifying as a nationalist, which Trump is indeed doing, how is their view different?
Well, I mean, I know you and I are very well read, and we know that when you add German plus nationalist, that equals little mustache man. Ooh. I think most of us know that is what the Yahtzee word actually means, German nationalist. That is what That is what that group was. And if you look at what they did politically in terms of propaganda towards ethnic minorities, in terms of strong national identities centered around race.
But you don't think Trump is trying to turn us into 1930s Germany, do you?
I think we're already there.
What? Based on what? How?
Look at Trump's position on human rights issues. I mean, let's just look at it. I mean, we can even look at what's going on in the Israel-Palestine conflict, where their identity has become centered around aligning with Germany, and Germany is one of our strongest United States allies right now. Right?
I don't see that. You know, when Trump was president, Angela Merkel was the prime minister of Germany, and Trump was at odds with her. I don't know if it resonates with what you're saying. I mean, Trump was not
at odds verbally. We were still doing economic trade with them. People that are enemies of the United States, we don't do economic trade. We do an embargo on them. We sanction them. We're sanctioning Russia. We sanction our enemies. We don't make money with our enemies. America has never done that.
Okay. Right? Well, your definition of nationalism is where we're debating, because Jay Lord on YouTube says nationalists simply mean you love your country.
Well, and this is why I talk about how most Americans have a very uneducated definition of race, because American racism is based on nationalism, based on the Nationality Act of 1790, otherwise known as the Naturalization Act of 1790. Only white men could naturalize as U.S. citizens. That's what Dred Scott ruling was based on. Black people are from Africa, so you cannot be a citizen of the U.S. You just saw that come up by a far-right group trying to challenge Kamala Harris based on the Dred Scott ruling that black people are not citizens. When African Americans became citizens, it was under the Nationality Act of 1870.
Yeah. I'm laughing to some degree because I was on a MAGA live yesterday. It was mostly African Americans, and they were trying to tell me, they showed me actual documentation that suggests that the 14th Amendment is, because you brought up Dred Scott. They showed me documentation to suggest that the 14th Amendment was ruled unconstitutional by Congress in the late 1960s. Therefore, Kamala Harris, as a female, is disqualified from being president because a female can, and they really believe it. These were MAGA, and most of them were African American. And I asked them, I was like, well, if the 14th Amendment is unconstitutional, then that means Martin Luther King didn't accomplish anything at all, because that's what gives us all civil rights. And they said, yeah, that is true, that the 14th Amendment is unconstitutional. They're just not enforcing it. And I'm like, really? When you said Dred Scott, that came to mind. I was on last night hearing that.
Right. I mean, Dred Scott challenged the citizenship of black people based on national identity. And American race is based on national identity. Now, eugenic science that our American racism and the immigration office is made out of the Naturalization Act. Just in case anybody wants to know, that's all tied in. The conversation about Mexican immigrants, they're usually targeting immigrants of color, and there's data to show that there's a racial disparity in how immigration is used. Immigration is part of the construct of white supremacy.
Yeah, but then you have to explain one thing. Trump is doing better with African American voters, with voters of color, than any other Republican in our lifetime, such as the McCains, the Romneys, the Bushes, the Reagans. He's doing very well compared to them, at least, with people of color. Why is that?
It's a special type of African American, because we're not a monolith, and we have well, you know better than anybody as a fellow historian that African Americans have multiple cultures. We didn't even come from the same African nations. Africa has 3,000 cultures, so we start there. When we get here, we don't all necessarily have the same politics, but we're in a survival situation in slavery. Fast forward, there were some African Americans who were fathered by slave owners. There's a large population. It's not the dominant population in the African American community, but it's a notable population. People who were fathered by slave owners, especially in the French colony where I'm from, in Louisiana, in these parts, the Creole people. You're talking about when white people started saying, well, black folks own slaves too. That's not really true. those were the children of white men. And they had rights as citizens because they were fathered by white Frenchmen. That's Code Noir, where the slave codes of Louisiana.
What is it called again? I never heard of this.
You have black families who have a proud white patriarchy within their family and have benefited from white supremacy since slavery. So of course they have always, if you look up historically, there's always been a small group of black people that have sided with slave owners. And it's not just black people. The Native Americans, the 5 civilized tribes, were part of the Confederate Army and fought in the Confederacy. Okay. They owned slaves.
Okay, I don't want to get too deep into that because that is a lesson. I don't know a lot of that. This is something I would certainly like to talk to in the future, but I don't want to get too far off into the woods. I do have to move it on, but
I was just giving justification why some of us would be so pro-Trump, because even though we have the same skin color, we're very culturally distinct and kind of aligned with, German nationalists.
All right, well said. Appreciate you coming on. Made by. Come on back anytime.
All right, brother. God bless.
You too, same. All right, moving the program on real quick. Why is it so hard for MAGA? Do you believe a person is Indian and black? Robert Andres, you say, why is it so hard for MAGA? Do you believe a person is Indian and black? The one drop rule applies. I don't, something in regards to Kamala Harris, I'll say this. I've said it before. I don't really know why her heritage ever came up. Certainly from a standpoint of her not being black. The one drop rule is always applied. I've never known where we call people in reference to their ancestry. Kamala Harris was born in California. So, let's just be clear. A lot of us have parents that were born somewhere else. So if your mom is born in Russia and she comes to America and gives birth to you in New York, you're Russian? I don't think it works like that. You're a white American. I don't understand why her parents' country of origin keeps coming up. In America, you have 5 options that you're going to be. If you're born in America, they're going to call you one of 5 things. You're either white, black, Asian, Hispanic, or Native American. That's it. If you're born on U.S. soil, you're one of those 5. They don't go back to the nation of origin from your family. Now, you could identify with your ancestry. I would say on St. Patrick's Day, a lot of folks identify from being from Ireland, but they're American. They're white Americans. You don't walk around in society calling someone that has Irish heritage. You don't walk around calling them Irish. They're white Americans. If they were born here, even though they're celebrating St. Patrick's Day, they're white Americans. I don't understand why her parents' nation of origin is being pushed on her. Does she even speak the language of India? Does she has residency or citizenship in Jamaica? She's American. She's a black American. That's the way I see it. Look it in the comments. You gotta have reasons strained. Okay. Don't your parents have to be American to hold the top office? That's a great question. I don't believe so, because a lot of the things orbiting around Kamala Harris that's coming up, I believe they would have challenged it already. But she would be the first president in U.S. history, if she wins, to not have neither one of her parents is born in America. So if she wins, she would be the first president. Even George Washington, his parents were born on U.S. soil. So yeah, if she wins, she will be the first president in American history where both of her parents were born somewhere else. But she is American. She was born on U.S. soil. Come on, Tim, let me cook her. We'll get to it. Her father says she's not black. He's probably right. Then what is she? White, black, Asian, Hispanic, or Native American? If she's not black, what is she? If Kamala Harris committed a major felony and there was a warrant out for her arrest, They got her picture in the post office. They got her picture up in Walmart. It's going to describe her. Her height, her weight. It's going to have down there that she's black. It's not going to say Indian and Jamaican. If the police are chasing her and they radio in who they're chasing, they're not going to yell that they're chasing an Indian and Jamaican. She's going to be called black. I don't know why folks are trying to suggest she's not black. I bet you her driver's license says black. I bet you it's on her. She was born, Kamala Harris is what, 60 years old? She's 60 years old. So what year would have made her be? How far? My math is not mathing right now. But she would have been born, soon after the Civil Rights Act? What year, 59? What year was she ever born? 1964. So she was born a year of the Civil Rights. What do you think is on her birth certificate? You don't think black is on there anywhere, huh? Okay, all right. Let me go back to the box. Kamala Harris is black. Kamala Harris can identify whatever the hell she wants to, but at the end of the day, she's black. And I guarantee you when she was a kid, society was not trying to hear that Indian and Jamaican bullshit. You black, period. You are black. She grew up during a time when there was still somewhat segregation in America. You think she could have walked into areas that were predominantly white? And they would have said, oh, I guess you can come in. You're Indian and Jamaican. All right. Let me go back to the box. A little to the left, trucker. Thank you for the subscription. Good afternoon. It's the same shit, says King Philly. Yeah, it is. It really is. It's funny, though. Wow. Philip Holmes says she has a black heart. Damn. Little to the left, trucker. Good afternoon.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's what I said. Shit. She has a black heart.
Jesus. Wow. How are you doing, Hans?
I'm doing good. So Trump says he had the right to interfere in the 2020 election. What say you?
I mean, all the courts and all the votes say otherwise, so I say no.
So why do you think he's saying it?
Because he wants to remain in power. Simple.
So, because he's being charged with interfering with the election. Is this like a confession?
I mean, I guess you could see it that way.
So the idea that he's being charged with election interference, being referred to many, particularly MAGA, as a witch hunt, is that accurate?
Wait, can you say your question again? I'm sorry.
A lot of folks that support Trump suggest that him being charged with election interference is a witch hunt. If he's actually confessing to it, is it a witch hunt?
No, absolutely not. I mean, you did the crime, you got to pay the price. That's just how it is. He got charged with the 34 counts of election fraud already, and he's already been convicted for that.
Yeah. I
mean, you do the crime, you got to do the time. He's not going to do any time.
He's not going to do any. Yeah,
that's just how it is.
Trump is not going to do any damn time at all. But real quick, I want to. We were just talking about the heritage of Kamala Harris. This comment came in from Will Halsey, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, says Kamala Harris, she's not black. She doesn't live a black life, nor have black experience. She looked up a bunch of black people for weed. Well, first of all, I mean, now you're not black. I'm assuming you're not African American, correct?
Oh my God.
What the hell is a black life? She says she doesn't live a black life. What is that?
I guess it's somebody who works a black job.
I mean, he said she didn't have the black experience. What the hell is this stuff?
Who even makes those kind of decisions? Like, who says that is or is not? Especially somebody who is not black.
I've never heard of. She hasn't lived a black life. What is? I mean, Bill Cosby in the Cosbys, the television show, were they living a black life? Or George Jefferson living in the penthouse in New York? I mean, what is a black life?
got me, man. I have no idea.
I've never heard of it. So also wanted to ask as well. This one is a little bit more serious in regards to the hostages that were found deceased in Israel. Do you blame Netanyahu at all for that?
I mean, do we even know who did it at this point, though?
Yeah, we're pretty certain of who did it. I mean, the people who took them are likely the people who took their lives.
Okay, so you're saying Hamas did it?
Yeah, the same people who kidnapped them.
Okay. So you're asking me if I blame Netanyahu for that?
For not trying to broker any type of deal, just taking a hardline approach of kill, kill, kill until we think we're done. Whereas maybe you could have negotiated some kind of deal and maybe got some of those folks back.
Well, yeah, in that case, yeah, he definitely has a part in that, for sure. Right. Like if he's being a W monger, then yeah, his hands are dirty.
So let me ask you this then, in regards to Trump and his opponent, now Kamala Harris as opposed to Biden, in regards to getting that whole issue maybe under wraps, if U.S. involvement means anything in Israel, if it came down to, who might be able to get that to come to an end, come to a conclusion, who do you think would be a better commander-in-chief to help end that?
Well, I think because Kamala and Biden are already working on a ceasefire with Netanyahu, I would go towards them. However, there has been things suggesting recently that Trump has been talking with Netanyahu and talking about not having a ceasefire. So
I heard that was debunked. I know what you're talking about. There was a claim that Trump.
Debunked? Okay.
Yeah, there was a claim that Trump told Benjamin Netanyahu to not come to a ceasefire. Similar to the border bill, don't come to some kind of conclusion until after I get elected. But I think they debunked the idea that Trump was trying to delay the ceasefire.
Okay, well, in that case, then I would give it to Kamala.
And what reason?
Because they're already working on a ceasefire.
Okay. All right, fair enough. All right, well, I'm moving on a little to the real quick. Go ahead. You got a last word?
Yeah, I just had a quick little thing for you. I saw you in that live last night where this guy thought he was dog walking you. And listen, his own article, the first article that he brought up, it was 14 section 1, I believe it was. The first sentence it said in there was should be. It did not say is unconstitutional. It said should be unconstitutional. Therefore, his point is moot.
I didn't even read it. And for folks who are watching, we're discussing the notion that Kamala Harris cannot be any female cannot be president because of this alleged ruling that the 14th Amendment is unconstitutional. And I didn't see the should be there a little to the left, because the moment they said it, I'm like, listen, if they allowed Geraldine Ferraro to run, they allowed Hillary Clinton, they allowed Nikki Haley and other women to run for president, this shit would have came up decades ago if this was true. I mean, the fact is they've let Kamala Harris raise tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. If she can't be president, that would have to be a crime. I mean, you can't let somebody raise hundreds of millions of dollars if they have no constitutional right to run. The fact that ain't none of that came up shows that what they were talking about was bullshit in my eyes. I didn't even want to read it.
Absolutely. And the other thing is, why then, if what he says is true, then why wasn't the 14th Amendment already abolished?
Yeah. Well, and what he didn't want to talk about, because his primary concern was preventing Kamala Harris from, I'm like, but if you say the 14th Amendment is unconstitutional, then that means all of the misdeeds that were being done to blacks and women and handicapped folk, that means ain't none of those protections valid. He didn't want to talk about any of that. I mean, he wanted to stick to Kamala Harris. And I'm like, if you're telling me the 14th Amendment is unconstitutional, all of the protections for all of those other groups that are in it, because that's why I asked him, I said, so that means Martin Luther King didn't accomplish anything. And they quickly tried to get it back to focusing on Kamala Harris because they knew it would open up a huge Pandora's box. I got to move it on, though, Trucker.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
All right, handsome. Have a good day, man.
As always. Thank you. Appreciate your support, too. Appreciate that. Looking in the comments, somebody said, if you see me, press 1. We do see you. She can still keep the Pocahontas name Trump gave her, though. That's all right. You know, something I will say in regards to Kamala Harris. Normally, I give a shout out to Trump because a lot of things he do is effective. This is one where I got to give a shout out to Kamala Harris. The name calling ain't working with her. Sleepy Joe Biden was incredibly effective. Low energy Jeb, super effective. I mean, he used some really good names. Crazy Bernie, Nervous Nancy, Lion Ted Cruz, Little Marco. It worked over and over again. It's not working on Kamala Harris. I mean, what are some of the names he's giving her? I'm trying to think of some of the ones. Give me some of the, he's come up with a few. Comrade Kamala, yes, suggesting that she is a communist. It's not sticking as much. And I'll tell you why I say that. Because I generally speak to MAGA. And when Trump has a really good nickname, I see MAGA, like Bird Brain, Nikki Haley. Bird Brain was sticking like really well. And I saw it all over the damn place. Comrade Kamala, I haven't seen. Now it may end up growing, but at this point, it's only like 60 some odd days left. It ain't enough time. But yeah, his nicknames of Kamala Harris are not as big. I mean, he's trying all kinds of wild things, like saying he looks better than her and things like that. Good luck with it. All right, so moving on with the program. Trump's going to be in a wheelchair, too old, and an ankle bracelet. You really think Trump's going to? I don't think so. Donna, you could be right. Donna Peebles says Trump is going to be in a wheelchair. He's going to be too old and wearing an ankle bracelet. Well, he has a sentence date coming up. 34 felonies. He was Alvin Bragg's case. He's due to be sentenced on September 18th. What do you think? What do you folks think? Should they let him walk? It's a witch hunt, or should they actually? What type of punishment do a former president, if they gave him, let's say, 6 months incarcerated, 6 months in jail, do you think MAGA would accept that? Do you think they're going to do anything to Trump? September 18th is when that takes place. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 40,000. We can certainly make that happen if you let your thumbs not be lazy. Smash that like button on YouTube as well. Get us up to about 90. We're talking about Trump stating, here's the actual quote for you guys that are recently tuned in. Trump stated, this is in regards to election interference. Trump had an interview on Fox News yesterday. He stated, this is a quote, "It's so crazy that my poll numbers go up. Whoever heard you get indicted for interfering with a presidential election, where you have every right to do it, you get indicted and your poll numbers go up." That's Trump's quote. Now, first of all, he didn't use the word alleged. He didn't say allegedly. You get indicted for allegedly interfering with an election. He said you get indicted for interfering with an election. So he's kind of admitting it. And then he also follows up by saying you have every right to do it. So what we're asking is, did President Trump have the right to interfere with the 2020 election? Going back to the box. Continuing on with the one and only King Finn. Good afternoon, King. Allegedly being the operative word. Yeah, he didn't use, hang on a second, King. Miss Kentos, yeah, you said allegedly being the operative word there. You are correct, but the problem is he didn't use the word allegedly. I'm throwing it in for him. He never said allegedly. He stated it flat out. King, good afternoon.
You know why, right? Because he's telling on himself. See, everybody was talking shit about Joe Biden being so out of it, and he can't do nothing. He can't pull together a sentence. No, what y'all are finally starting to see is he has some form of cognitive dissonance where he's starting to tell on himself. He didn't say alleged because he know he did the shit.
He didn't. Do you think the fact that he stated this without saying allegedly should be or could be used against him in a court of law?
It should be. Hell yeah. Yes.
Wow.
It should be. He told on himself. He's a snitch. Diaper Don is a snitch. He telling on himself, bro.
Now, in the comments on YouTube, Tim Wilk says indicted for calling out fraud. No, calling out fraud is not interfering. He used the words interfering. I think all of MAGA has made the attempt to call out fraud. That's not interfering. He said he interfered.
This is that MAGA explain shit where they take something he said, blow it out of context, and say, "Oh, that's not what he meant. That's not what he meant. Oh, I didn't hear that. And then say he didn't mean what he said." No, that motherfucker got on Fox last night. He's starting to feel emboldened because he believes that the fucking SCOTUS is going to give him a one-time opportunity immunity pass, and he's starting to tell all the shit he did. He's scared, man. All of that shit about Kamala, the name calling, the "oh, she ain't black," all of that shit is the same broken record. And he's running out of shit to say. He's running out of things to do. He's fucking scared. It is 60 days away from him being 10 days in, okay?
Have you ever, no, wait. You're saying that Trump is scared. Have you ever known Trump to be scared of anything? Why do you think he's scared?
You know something? It's really funny that you say that, because any man will tell you if he's facing a hard time with some dudes named Big Dick Buster, he gonna be a little worried, okay?
Well, wait a minute. You're talking about Trump, though. Trump ain't gonna be put in the. Trump is not gonna be put in the cell with Tyrone. Come on now.
No, wait a minute now. I know some brothers named Tyrone, and all of them ain't there. I'm talking about a brother named Big Dick Buster, okay? Somebody that's gonna bend that depends over, okay?
Oh,
we're just gonna be honest with you. Bring that. He gonna be in there. He gonna be in there with the booty warrior. Okay, stop playing.
Wait. Hold on. We can talk shit, but at the end of the day, let's be honest. You don't think Trump's gonna do a day behind bars, do you?
I believe he should. I don't.
That ain't what I'm asking.
I hope to God he would. I don't know if he is. All I'm saying is, if it was a black person, if it was me and you, we would have been up under the damn jail. Okay? I don't think it even has anything to do with. I don't think it even has anything to do with being a black person. I think any regular citizen by now would have done some jail time if they were in Trump's case. It doesn't matter what color or ethnicity you are. Everybody would have done some time by now. Yeah, I think he would, definitely. So I mean, I don't know if he will, but he should. No one is above the law. I don't care if you're running for president. That doesn't mean shit. I don't care if you're a former president. That doesn't mean shit. He should be facing jail time for exactly what you just said. He said he did. He know he wrong. Ain't no way in hell you don't. I definitely had the right to do it. That's why he keeps saying those adverbs and those reaffirming words behind it. I had every right to do it. No, you didn't, and you know you did, motherfucker. You know you didn't have no right to do that shit.
Well, I don't. You say he knew he didn't. I don't know if he knew or not. Trump believes he won. Yeah, you're probably right. Again, the dementia's probably starting to set in. He's not even realizing what damn time he's in. Or it could be that he's trying to fake his craziness so he don't got to go to the jail cell. He can be put into a mental hospital. I mean, hell, he ain't got long for the devil come take him anyway. So, damn, wait.
He ain't got that long.
Wait, and by the way, hold on a second. Karmic Debt on YouTube. I mean, I'm not a big fan of blocking anybody, but I'm just going to ask you, Karmic Debt on YouTube, the spamming. I'm gonna give it a couple seconds, but if you keep doing that, I'm gonna have to block you in the program. Real quick, Gabe R, thank you for the super chat. Says Tim, you're thinking too hard, bro. He has the right to challenge the election results, just like the Dems did in the past. He stated that 1,000 times. I'll give that one to you, King Finn.
No, okay, there's a difference in between challenging and interfering. If you challenge the election, you legally go to the offices, you legally set suits, and you get it tried in a court of law. You do not try to subvert the election by starting up a damn riot to interfere with the peaceful transfer of power. You do not go ahead and call down to Georgia and say, I need 11,000 something votes. You don't go to every state by state beefing up your base with the most ignorant shit you can find to say about people to quote unquote challenge the election. That's interference.
Yeah.
I
would say, yeah, I would respond with something similar. There is a stark difference between challenging an election and interfering with one. Those are not the same thing. Challenging and interfering are not the same thing. Hillary Clinton and Al Gore challenged the election. I believe Stacey Abrams challenged the election. Interfering is trying to halt the process or do something you legally have no right to do.
And he knows that. You might not believe he knows that, but that clown know that, man. All I'm saying is Diaper Don's going to jail. He should be going to jail. If there's anybody else, his ass to be right there in the cell. Okay? I don't understand how it's not happening. It should be happening, because if it was me and you right, regardless of race or color, we'd be up under the jail, especially with 34 felonies. And we ain't even talking about the rest of them they got, because they only talked about 34 so far. Remember, it was what, 91, 86?
Well, the Supreme Court helped cancel out a lot of those.
And they shouldn't have. Because if it was anybody else, they wouldn't have held. They wouldn't. For what? He did the shit. He's literally starting to
wait. You can't say he did the. You can't say he did the shit until he's found guilty, though. King Finn. He hasn't been found guilty in court.
Yeah, I know. You know, we have to quote unquote, air quotes, say guilty or innocent until proven guilty. Yeah. But you know damn well how it is in America. You guilty till proven innocent. Let's keep it a buck. Okay.
Usually, but with a former president, you kind of want to give him his due process.
I don't want to give him nothing. They took Bill Clinton down for getting head in the Oval Office. How many times you think presidents got head in the Oval Office?
Oh damn! The Kennedys alone probably every other week.
I mean, come on, man. Be honest with yourself. All he did was get some head.
But hold on. No, I will say this. They didn't take President Clinton down for getting head. They took him down for lying to Congress. He got punished for perjury.
Man, come on, man. You know, they took him down because he got some head, man. Now, he could have said, yeah, I got hair from this broad. He could have said that, but how would that made him look? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, come on, man. It's just, again, the broken record syndrome, man. We going all over again, all the way around the world, just like Trump. Oh, man, yes, Kamala blood. She ain't black. Come on, man. Be for real with yourself. You know, that's the reason he got black.
Let me ask you this. Since you're, as an African-American yourself, I'll ask you, why do you think there's been such a big push over Kamala Harris, whether she's black or not?
Because it's the same thing as they did to Obama. He ain't black. He ain't black. He ain't an American citizen. They're trying to pull everything they can out of the damn bag to make sure that she can't run, or to make it seem like she can't run, so that they can stir the base up and swear to God, oh my God, she shouldn't be running. She ain't, her dad and her mama ain't of American origin. Man, y'all can keep that mess, man. Keep it 100. Every white person, if we all do our 23andMe, the genetic thing, man. Everybody here, this is supposed to be the melting pot. America's quote unquote the melting pot of the world. Everybody is something different. Everybody got to live something else different. Hell, I'm black with a Irish last name. But when I did my 23andMe, you know what it said? West Nigerian and Congolese. Yeah. Come on, man.
I did mine. It was something.
I don't care what color she is, as long as she can fix the damn country.
But is she the right one to do it? Some would suggest that Trump is the one that can fix the country.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna say this: Trump done had how many failed businesses? How many failed projects? Did he pay his people? Yeah, no. Let's go back to this. I know you've been getting the messages I've been sending you, blood. I know you've been getting them about the whole 14 states he ain't paid off. While the Trump
I was surprised to see that.
Montana.
I was surprised to see that.
Yeah. You was that can't be true. Yeah, it is. The jet they told that boy in Pennsylvania, you got to get gone. You can't even land in our airport because you owe us too much bread. Come on, man.
I was surprised to see. Well, let me run this by you. Audi Allen on YouTube says, what about the Democrats trying to keep Trump off the ballot in several states? That's interference, my friend, not what Trump did.
Well, wait. Can I ask you something? Could it possibly be because of the fact that he's a felon? Because if you're a felon, you can't vote. If you're a felon, you can't run for office. Could it possibly be because he's a felon, a convicted felon of 34 times? Because if that's what it is, that's not interference. That's the law. That has nothing to do with the Democrats.
That's a good pushback.
Damn. Like, did we forget about that? Because he is a convicted felon. Even though it's a quote-unquote witch hunt, he still can't even vote for his damn self.
But here is the way it's viewed, though. You used a bunch of bullshit laws so that Trump would become a felony with these bullshit cases, and then you're going to use the fact that now he's a felon to prevent him from running for office, where it looks like you have this stair-step plan to prevent him from being president?
Well, I'm gonna say what Malcolm X said before. When you hear chickens come home to roost, are you happy or sad? Because I don't feel bad when my chickens come home to roost. You feel bad? Because when I hear a chicken roosting in the morning, or a rooster roosting in the morning, that symbolizes the dawn of a new day, don't it?
Yeah.
Sound like some people starting to see their chickens and their roosters come home to roost. Because they've been doing that to colored people of color for a long, long time. It's people right now who served their sentence out, got off their papers, and still can't vote. It's people right now that can't vote because of weed.
Yeah, I will say this. I gotta move it on soon, King. But I will say this: if there's one thing that maybe even folks that do not like Trump, if there's one thing that may come out of this is Trump has pushed the envelope in terms of what a felon can do, to the point where some other felons now have a case to make. If you let him do it as a felon, why can't I? I mean, I think he may end up helping some felons out.
No, he won't. See, because here's the problem, right? The stuff that he's done is far beyond a lot of what these felons are talking about. They got their charges for. First of all, if you dissect the reason they got their charges, some of them, not saying all of them, didn't need to be felons in the first place. Him himself should be labeled as a felon because of the crap he did that he was already convicted of. Okay, you do tampering the elections and all of that shit. Inside of insurrection, you started coup. All that shit's messed up. Okay, but some of these people are literally doing time or did time for a quote unquote Schedule 1 drug has never killed anybody. I don't know nobody who's ever died from weed. Okay. So those people probably should not have those felonies. Him, on the other hand, he probably should. So I don't think this is something that we need to fix about the criminal justice system in general, unfortunately, not just with Trump or with weed or with the felonies, period. We need to overhaul our criminal justice system in the first place. Then maybe it wouldn't be so bad and we wouldn't have people thinking that that's the reason they should vote for Donald Trump. This is a dumbass reason. It's like any idiot who believes that Donald Trump gave him that damn stimulus check. Don't vote for Trump because you thought he gave you that stimmy check, because he didn't get that shit to you. He didn't want to sign it. He didn't have nothing to do with it. The only reason that Donald Trump signed them stimmy checks is they said, "Oh, we'll let you sign it," and then he did it in a Sharpie. Okay, come on, man, be for real with yourself.
All right, King. So it's safe to assume you're not going to be with MAGA this go round. You're not going to vote.
You know damn well I'm not voting with Sergeant Shits His Pants. I don't want nothing to do with that boy, man. The shitty Cheeto can go there to jail, bro. I'm straight. A Cheeto dipped in shit. I don't want nothing to do with him, bro.
A Cheeto dipped in shit. King Finn, I gotta go. Appreciate it. Wow. A Cheeto dipped in Jesus Christ. Allen. Why do I keep saying alien? Audie Allen, thank you for the super chat, says they had 2 years to bring that trial. Why suddenly now? I don't think it would have mattered, Audie. I get your point, but if they had brought it immediately, they would have get criticized for bringing it immediately. If they waited 2 years to try to get whatever T's crossed and I's dotted, they got criticized for waiting 2 years. You're not going to try Trump for any crime without being criticized. It doesn't matter when they did it. But I get your point. You're saying they had 2 years to bring it. Why did they wait now? I mean, if you want to look at it that way, Trump is still talking about locking Hillary Clinton up and Obama. In fact, he was on the internet last week. I did a post, I think on Thursday. He got on and reposted a picture of Hillary Clinton in bars, and you could ask the same question. Why didn't you do it when you had the time? You were in office for 4 years. I mean, does he have Hillary Clinton deranged? Why are you still talking about Hillary Clinton? I mean, she's not running for president. She ended her career in 2006. It's been almost 9 years. It'll be 9 years as of why are you still talking about Hillary Clinton? So you could push back and say that. He's still talking about Hillary Clinton 9 years after her failed presidential campaign. So you could push back. Looking in the comments real quick. Trey Bay, you're not a felon until sentencing. Learn the law. I've heard that, and I will admit ignorance on it. But look, he's found guilty of crimes that are felons. Now, you say he's not a felon until he gets sentenced. So if I go out and commit a major crime and I'm found guilty, but I have not been sentenced yet, am I able to leave the courtroom and go buy a gun? I mean, I'm not a felon yet. Am I able to leave the courtroom and go get a passport and go somewhere? I don't think that's totally true. I do believe that once you're found guilty of a felony, a lot of restrictions go into place immediately. But as I stated, I'm pleading ignorant because I've never been charged of any crime at all. Trey Bay, thank you for the super chat, but I think I disagree with you on that. I do believe that once you're convicted of a felony, a lot of the restrictions go into play immediately. I gotta assume it might be different in different states, but if you're found guilty of a felony and they tell you, okay, your sentence date will be this, don't the judge normally give you a whole list of shit you can't do at that point? Don't you kind of get that immediately? You got to stay away from guns, you got to keep your ass away from your baby mama, whatever the case may be that you got that. Don't they tell you that when you are found guilty, when you're convicted? Gabe R., the whole ballot Trump removal happened before the conviction. This kid needs to level up his research. I need to level up mine too, Gabe. I don't know why they were trying to remove Trump's name from the ballot. I'd have to look it up. But what about is it possible? Because you said they did it before he was convicted. What about being charged? Because just like I mentioned, once you're convicted of a felony, a lot of shit goes into play before you're sentenced. But in a lot of areas, even when you're charged with a felony, a lot of shit can kick in. If you're charged with domestic violence, in some places you can't even own a gun anymore. You ain't been convicted of shit. You've been charged with it. In some states, simply being charged with felonies can have mechanisms kick in. As I stated, though, I'm pleading ignorance. I'm not trying to say Trump's guilty or he's innocent. I don't have any knowledge on what happens when you become a felon, and I don't know if anything is specific to the state of New York. Looking in the comments, and I see Joshua G says it'll be overturned. I don't think so. I think the Supreme Court will help Trump out more likely than rule against him, but I don't think they have any way to interfere in that. Because it happened, he did a bunch of stuff he did before he was president. So they can't suggest it was done in commission with the office. I don't think the Supreme Court can get him out of what happened in New York. But if there's a will, there may be a way. So I'll leave it at that. But I don't think they're going to be able to do it. Gay Bar says, okay, but nowhere in the Constitution does it says, but he can't run. And that's what I said earlier. Before I go back to the box, tap the screen, get the likes up to about 50,000, 50, F-I-D-D-Y. And by the way, on YouTube, smash that like button as well. Get us up to about 300. I think we can do that. In regards to Trump not being able to run for president, that's what I was telling my last callers, that I think Trump has pushed the envelope on what a felon can and cannot do. And I think he has cleared the way for the attorneys of some felons in the future to say, well, he got away with this. He's traveling all over the country. International travel, because most felons, you start getting huge limitations on your life the moment you're convicted of a felony. And they often don't come out even after you served your time. He's able to enjoy a fairly good life with 34 felonies that he's been convicted of. My guess is there's going to be some folks that are charged with crimes that are going to say, why did he get away with it and I can't? I don't know if it'll work, if it'll go any damn where. But let's say Trump becomes president. Does it restrict his international travel at all? Most felons, when I lived in Australia and when I was going to New Zealand, the minute you get off the plane at customs, they had signs talking about that. You can't go everywhere if you have felonies on your rap sheet. So we could have a commander-in-chief that may have to tell some world leaders, you need to change the law. I can't even come over there. I mean, how does that, remember Snoop Dogg, murder was the case? He had to cancel some concerts because he could not travel. Is Trump getting some type of benefit from a two-tier justice system? I don't believe you can travel internationally to a lot of places if you got a felony on your record. Anyhow, continuing with the program, isn't it because he proved what he can do for a country? Jim Dillon, do you realize how many people are serving time in prison right now that are great fathers, great businessmen, great priests? Once you got a felony, you got a damn felony. Nobody gives a shit if you're a good person or if you can do something good for the country. There's a lot of people serving time that were great for business, great for something, great over here. That don't get you off. It may be used at parole, but it's not, or probation, or it's not used the moment I don't think that's going to matter. Trump has unlimited, oh my God, Marcus G. Trump has unlimited coochie grabbing privileges. He's talking about the grabbing by the pussy comment, but he spells it coochie, Kewchie. Trump has unlimited coochie grabbing privileges. Oh my God, bless your heart. Let me go back to the box. Your life is pretty much over once you have a felony, says Rapid Fire. I don't know if that's 100% true, but the amount of hurdles to be a successful American and live the American dream are numerous. I think some folks have bounced back with felonies, but it is way, way harder. Pinche Vato Loco. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. If he gets elected, he will pardon himself. He can't pardon himself from state charges. Whoever said that in the comments. The 34 cases in New York, the 34 felonies he has under Alvin Bragg are all state charges. He cannot pardon himself for that. So even if he becomes president, he can't get rid of that. Pinche, you said I was wrong. Let me know why.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
I'm just thankful that you admitted your ignorance to the law. Now, having said that, first I gotta say, that last guy you had on, I hope he just went back and put his head back in the sand because that's where it belongs.
Okay. What did he get wrong?
Everything. He watches way too much CNN. But let me go back to what I was saying about the law. Now, this you may or may not know this about me, but this is my subject, my friend. Now, the law has a rule. And the rule says, it's a major rule too. And it says, ignorance of the law is no excuse.
True.
Nor is it a reason for the rights within the law to be administered to the ignorant.
Okay.
That's the rule. Now think about that. What does that mean? That means if you don't know your rights, they're not going to just hand your rights over to you and treat you rightfully.
Okay.
They're going to get one up on you until you assert your rights. But it's your duty to understand how to assert your rights and what you need to do.
So what are you getting at?
What I'm getting at is that what people don't understand, the ignorance that people have, is the difference between what is law and what is not law, first of all. Secondly, there's two forms of law. There's what they call common law in the world, but here in the United States, because we have a constitution, we call it constitutional law. And then there's what they call maritime law, which is an international law, which is actually considered what they call the law of the sea.
Okay, you're speaking in riddles. Land the plane. What? Okay, I get all of this, but what is the point you're trying to make?
If people understood the difference between common law and maritime law, they would understand that if there is no victim, there is no crime under common law. Maritime law is where they try to hold you accountable for statutes that you violated, which are actually considered in the Constitution to be bylaws.
So what are you saying that Trump, because you're saying that there were no victims in Trump's, well, not alleged, he was convicted, but
it's foolish for anybody to believe that anything's going to happen to Trump. It's going to go into the appeals court and the Supreme Court, and it'll be cleared out from there. If it even makes it, if it even has to make it that far, okay? But what's bigger beyond that in the law is what they call the Brunson case. If you look up the Brunson case, you'll find out what the true story is behind the scenes right now going on according to the law, okay? And then you'll have to take...
Okay, let me interrupt you, because you're talking a lot of legalese. I don't want you to put my audience to sleep. But what I want to ask you, in regards to you suggesting that Trump might appeal it and then go to the Supreme Court or somewhere along the line is going to get thrown out, on what grounds with this case, the Alvin Bragg case, on what grounds would it be thrown out? I'm under the impression that what Trump got charged with may have been bullshit, that maybe other people did and got away with it, but he actually did do it. It's like being given a ticket for jaywalking. Everybody does it. But at the end of the day, there is a law against jaywalking. So you said it might get thrown out.
I'll tell you why. Because is there a victim?
There's not a victim. If I go out and buy a piece of ass and she agrees and takes the money, there's no victim in that. But they still charge you with prostitution and crime.
There's no victim. Prostitution is a crime under maritime law. You have to understand the difference. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You're confusing the hell out of me. I'll admit that.
I know. It's very confusing. I agree. I understand that. But this is me after about 7 to 8 years of studying this law. Okay? And this is why I'm telling you what I'm telling you, because if you understand the law, then it makes perfect sense, and then you get it. But I've been trying to tell you for the last 2
years.
So
how do you respond to folks who might suggest that if Trump is defrauding the state out of tax money, then it is the taxpayers of New York that represent the victims?
There's no victims.
I just gave you the example. If you
That's not a victim.
How is that not?
Because a corporation is only a person on paper. A corporation cannot be a victim. It's not possible under common law. You have to understand.
So then any of us could cheat on our taxes and say the same thing, right?
Taxes have always been voluntary, Tim. I've been trying to tell you that as well. You can look that up on Google. It'll even come up.
So you mean I don't have to? So you mean I don't actually have to pay my taxes?
The income taxes that you're paying, you've been gifting them to the crown since you started your first 1040.
And if I don't pay them, nothing's going to happen to me.
Nothing at all. First of all, if you claim yourself, let me ask you something.
You were supposed to show me up. You were supposed to make me look like a fucking idiot. You're doing the opposite. Go ahead.
Are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes.
Do you know, and this is true, you can look it up for yourself, the definition of the United States is the 10-mile area of Washington, D.C. by law. So what you're doing is you're utilizing your right to self-determination to claim to be a citizen of the D.C.'s 10-mile area. By being so, you're required to pay those taxes. However, the people of the many states are not included in that when they understand that they're not actually a citizen. They're what they call a U.S. state national. If you're a U.S. state national, somebody was born in the United States but has unalienable rights granted by God and the Constitution. The other way, you're going under maritime admiralty law. Look it up, Tim, please. You'll be a much smarter man.
Okay, so what is Trump? Is Trump a citizen?
Trump is a state national.
And he can run for president. We can have a state national. Doesn't the law... Hold on, wait a minute. While you're talking about knowing the law, doesn't the law require you be a citizen to be president, not a state national?
When you put on a public hat, you're acting as a citizen, no matter what. When you put on your public hat, you're acting as a citizen. When they take off their public hat, they call it acting in their private capacity. It's different.
So you can go back and forth. So you can actually go back and forth.
You have the right to self-determination. That right to self-determination means, hear me out.
I am hearing you. That's why I'm laughing. Keep going.
You can claim today you're a man and tomorrow you're a woman. You could claim today you're a citizen, tomorrow you're a national. You can utilize your citizenship if you want to utilize it. And that the reason for that is because you have a social security number.
So let me ask you this then. Okay, Pinchy, how would the country survive if everybody could opt out of paying taxes?
Tim, you have to understand something, okay? Since they took us off the gold standard and since they removed the gold in 1933, our taxes have been going to the International Monetary Fund.
You didn't answer the question, though.
They have not been going to our country. They've gone to the International
Monetary Fund. So where does the money come to build our roads and shit from? Where does that come from?
From the tops of the Cesta KV trusts that we all have. It comes from our debt. Your social security number represents your Cesta KV trust account. That trust account is what they use for all your life's expenses. Look it up, Tim.
And the money that funds our military comes from this same account?
The money that funds our military is coming from the IMF because they own the United States since 1871.
What is the IMF?
The International Monetary Fund.
Okay. All right.
That's why they say that sometimes wars are funded by the same entity, that's because it's all coming from that fund. You have to understand that.
All right. Now, you know what I'm going to do every time you and I talk, because we talk often. I have to make sure the audience knows that you have a different mindset. You do believe that Hillary Clinton is no longer alive, right?
I believe different things from different people.
Well, let me ask you some questions then.
Hold on, no. I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
That ain't what I didn't call you one. Hold on, you're trying to get ahead of me, because you know we've talked before. I'm asking you a simple question. Do you believe Hillary Clinton is still alive?
I believe the Hillary Rodham Clinton that we all know from TV is not alive. No.
Okay. Joe Biden?
Joe Biden's not either.
He's not alive either. When did he perish?
His inauguration happened during COVID. And if you'll remember, he was inaugurated with nobody there except for family members and close friends. And that was actually his funeral. If you look at the ceremony, you can see for yourself, he didn't get a 21-gun salute. He got a 3-gun salute, which is a funeral service for a diplomat, according to military law.
Who is Trump? Okay, when Trump is talking about Sleepy Joe Biden and said, why is he criticizing a dead man?
The guy who's been acting as Joe Biden through his whole presidency has been a guy by the name of Arthur Roberts. He's a 1980s C-level actor from Hollywood. Okay, you can look it up. Look up his name on Google and go to the images and scroll down. You'll find Biden's picture there. When you click on that picture, it'll say right there, Arthur Roberts has been the C-level actor of Hollywood.
Does Trump not know? Does
Joe Biden since 2021?
Does Trump not know that Biden is no longer alive?
This is why I told you before. It's a show, Tim. They all have to act a part in the public. That's what they're doing. It's a show.
So Trump is lying too. So Trump is.
You're worshiping one wing or the other from the same eagle.
Okay.
You have to understand that.
So Trump is lying too, then.
Trump is fulfilling the part, yes. And Trump, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Nancy Pelosi, what happened to her?
She was hung in Gitmo because she had tried to pay somebody to have Trump killed.
Wow. Jesus Christ. All right. Okay. All right. And keep going. What are you about to say?
You have to understand, like I said, it's two wings of the same bird, man. And until people realize the truth about the law, they will never regain their power. So every public servant gets their power from the people according to the Constitution. Understand that.
Okay, so
if we give them that power, they're going to continue to do what they're doing.
All right, this question is aimed at you specifically. I want to ask you, and by the way, folks, tap the screen. When I say we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with QAnon, damn it, we mean it. We do believe in free speech. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 55,000 on TikTok. Smash that like button on YouTube, maybe 140 if we can. This is uncensored programming. We are MAGA friendly all damn day, every day. Liberals are welcome as well. Pinche in the comments EZZOH. He asked a question, and I'm gonna read it as he stated it. He says, how the fuck can he say he's not a conspiracy theorist? How do you respond to someone who would say you're a conspiracy theorist?
I say they know nothing about the law. And until you understand that we are under the rule of law in this country, and you know nothing about the law, I would ask, how many years of school did they take in law? How many years of law school did they go to? How did they take a single class of law in high school? I doubt it. Nobody does. You know why? Because that way you remain ignorant to the law, and ignorance of the law is no excuse, nor is it a reason for the rights within the law to be administered to the ignorant. So that's the way you keep acting as a slave in your slave capacity. I'm sorry.
Wow.
It's the truth. But if you look up the law and Google for yourself, what is the legal definition of the United States? It'll come up with UCC 8, which is the United States definition. It says right there, the United States is a federal corporation. The United States is a 10-mile area of Washington, D.C.
People are asking, Pinche. People are asking, are you an attorney?
I'm a common law attorney, yes.
What is that?
I can't act as an attorney of a bar. I'm not a bar member.
Okay.
See, bar, if you break that, bar is an acronym, okay? It means British Allegiance Registry. So I will not pledge my allegiance to Britain in order to act under the bar. That's what they're doing.
Where did you get your legal education from?
It's all, I got it all from common law teaching.
Who taught you?
There's a lot, I've had a lot of different teachers.
Did you go to any school?
I went to school, yes.
Do you have a degree in law?
Yes.
Okay.
Common law.
In common law. Okay, fair enough. Now, last but not least, before I move it on, I always ask you this as well. You do believe that when President Trump, before leaving office in January of 2021, he wrote a second Declaration of Independence?
Yes, he did. It was the most important document to all of us. And if you look into it and read it for yourself, you'll learn and you'll see with much clearer vision than what you are now. It's very confusing for everybody. I get it. And I understand that. But you have to understand, in 1871, when we went bankrupt for the first time as a country after the Civil War, we were vulnerable. And Lincoln, before they killed him, before they unalived him, they signed a treaty that gave them the access to our government. And from that point on, the cabal has risen into our government, every aspect of our government.
How does, if you said, you suggested that I need to read the second Declaration of Independence, how would I find it?
Look it up. Just Google it. Here's the thing. If you're just Googling things, you have to look really, really deep. If you want to find true information without all the bureaucracy blocking you from all the good stuff, go to a Tor browser. Look in a Tor browser and search it in there. And if you find it in a Tor browser, you'll see the difference. Then you can start seeing what Google's actually filtering to you. Because if you Google from Tor browser, you still get better information. But you'll see that the hits you get are completely different from one Google to the next. So I'm just telling people like that because you guys got to understand. I understand it sounds crazy. I get it. I've been saying this stuff to Tim now for 2 years. Yeah. More than 2 years.
Yeah, you've been telling me that Hillary Clinton and Biden and Nancy Pelosi are not alive for quite a while. I do agree with you. It's a shocker.
I've shown receipts. I've shown you paperwork. I've shown you documentation. I've shown you so many things. I even showed you pictures of her, or video even, of her being arrested.
So
Why would she be arrested if it wasn't for that?
So if you're admitting that Trump is lying and just playing the role, then you would admit he would not be a good leader for this country as well because he's lying to the American people. Unfortunately, this happens all the time. Me and Pinche go way back, but unfortunately, TikTok caught up with him and they took him off the program. I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. However, I don't have control of the TikTok gods. And they took my last guest off. They'll probably call it misinformation or something like that. Me and Pinche has talked for a while, as he stated. We've been talking. I've been doing lives primarily with MAGA for 3-4 years now. And me and Pinche go back to almost the very beginning. So it happens. He does. See in the comments, Zoko Man says, shocker. Yeah, he gets banned a lot. So be it. I believe in free speech. I can't control them for banning them. But Pinche, you're always welcome back on the program. Looking in the comments, I remember all the things I used to find on Google that now I can no longer find because they wiped it off the search engine. That's true. Flip, I think that says Flip, sorry. I used to type in, I like watching war footage. Shot in Syria was a common search I used to use on YouTube. And you would see graphic war footage during the war in Syria, you know, between the Russians and all. You can't find any of that shit on there no more. In fact, I do, obviously, I'm a social media content creator on a small level. They don't even let all my shit go. I had to use the acronyms Whiskey, Golf, the number 1, Whiskey, Golf, Alpha. MAGA knows exactly what the hell I'm talking about. Some liberals do too. Whiskey, Golf, the number 1, Whiskey, Golf, Alpha. Because if I say it out loud, TikTok bans me. YouTube also censored me for stating what that, because Trump tweeted out a photo the other day that stated, nothing can stop what's coming. And it had those letters down in Whiskey, Golf, number 1, Whiskey, Golf, Alpha. And I wrote, I did a piece on it, a quick YouTube short, quick TikTok short. And I stated that Trump got on social media and he stated nothing can stop what's coming. And I gave the obvious. Obviously, if you're concerned with President Trump, you could just vote for his opponent. And that would be it if his opponent wins. But his caption stated, nothing can stop what's coming, meaning that you can't vote this away. So I asked the question, what do you think he's suggesting is coming? And at the bottom, why would he say, and I actually said the words as opposed to whiskey, golf one. And they, both YouTube and TikTok censored me. YouTube censored it. TikTok took the whole damn caption down. So clearly whiskey, golf, that actually means something that YouTube and TikTok don't like. I'll tell you that. And I see Rapid Fire typed the letters in there, but I said the words and they didn't like it. Both platforms got me. Looking in the comments, she was beat up by the dude with the hammer. Darren Smith, you talking about Nancy Pelosi? Going back to the box, crossing the border is a big crime. That is true. It is illegal to enter a country without permission. That is true. Anyone ever seen a president treated like this from the first day on the escalator? Before I go back to the box, and I appreciate you folks that are tapping the screen, get the likes up to about 70,000 on TikTok, smash that like button on YouTube. 150? Can we make it happen? Uncensored programming. You asked the question, Jay Lord, anyone ever seen a president treated like this from day one on the escalator? I get that question a lot, and the answer is simple. For Trump, there is a day zero. When Trump came down the escalator on day one, it wasn't like he was starting off fresh. For 3 years, he had been saying Obama was born in Kenya. So he really battered the shit out of the guy before him. So when you go, well, they didn't give him a chance from day one. Well, he treated the last guy like shit. So you got to assume when you're attacking the president of the United States, as Trump did, you're going to have some enemies. He stated on Bill O'Reilly once. I still watch O'Reilly, but I used to watch the O'Reilly Factor every damn night till it went off TV in 2017. He stated, I have people in Kenya, and you'll be amazed at what they're finding. Never explained that shit. Never did. And then finally, after a few years, he came out and said, Barack Obama was born in America. Let's get back to making America great, period. After trashing the guy, trying to disqualify his presidency on the ground that he wasn't born a U.S. citizen for years. So when you say they didn't get Trump a chance from day one, you're ignoring day zero. You're ignoring all the things he had done before day one. That has to be taken in consideration. Before Trump became president, he had said a lot of bad things about people. Do we just exclude that? Will G, Trump is low-key trying to move the New York case federal. Yeah, I did hear about that. And I don't think that's going to work. I do believe he is trying to do that. After you've been convicted already, you've been convicted of this already, because folks were saying that why didn't Jack Smith go at him for this? Because he didn't just cheat the state of New York. That stuff would have applied also to the federal IRS. And some might argue for that very reason, that if you go state with it, it takes it away from him being able to pardon himself. And then obviously now with the Supreme Court being in his pocket damn near, he has a lot of really favorable mechanisms on the federal level, but none of that shit is of any value on the state level. So that might be a reason why Bragg went after the case as opposed to Jack Smith. I wouldn't doubt it. Maybe this is a liberal hit job, depending on what your opinion of this is, but I wouldn't doubt if Jack Smith and Alvin Bragg talked, and because these are high-level attorneys. You may not agree with anything they're doing to Trump, but these are very smart people. It's possible that Jack Smith may have told them, listen, if you take the case and you convict him, he can't pardon himself. If I take it, he might be to get out of it. It wouldn't surprise me if Jack Smith and Alvin Bragg talked about it. And it came to a conclusion. Listen, I already got enough shit I'm going to try Trump on anyway at the federal level. Why don't you go at him statewide? That way, if something happens, if he wins again, he can't get out of your state case. It's possible they talked about it. Now, I'm just speculating, but it wouldn't surprise me. Going back to the box, why is it illegal to travel from country to country? Real quick before we go to the box. Moses the messenger says, why is it illegal to travel from country to country? The Most High God created the earth for all mankind to have and enjoy. No one comes from the earth or its inhabitant. Well, it's illegal to travel from country to country for a number of reasons. First of all, you're bringing in God. God didn't design the earth for people to move all over the damn place. That's why I used to use this joke when I was in Australia with some of my white friends down there. You guys, the skin cancer in Australia is ridiculous. And I used to say all the time, that's the punishment for you guys colonizing this place. You weren't meant to be here. The same thing with smallpox being brought here to the Native Americans. You can bring certain animals and fruits and seeds in other countries and fuck up the agriculture. You're not meant to travel all over the place. Whoever designed the planet, you want to say God, they clearly didn't design it for people to you don't see any kangaroos in North America, and I didn't see any deer or squirrel in Australia. You can't move everything around. There are islands out in the middle of the damn Pacific that are loaded with rats because of the settlers, or the colonizers rather, venturing around the damn continent, or the planet rather. Their ship is parked at some island they're discovering, and the rats get off of their ship and fuck up all of the ecosystem for certain islands. You're not designed to travel. You're actually not designed to do that. You can bring illnesses and sicknesses with you to other continents, which has happened throughout mankind. Whoever designed the planet, they designed it for the people on that continent to stay on that continent and others to stay where they are. We obviously didn't agree with God, and we decided to do our own shit, and millions of people were lost as a result. Looking in the comments, though, going back to the box, rather, thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Dencal, good afternoon, Dencal. Welcome to the program. I travel everywhere and spread my germs. You're welcome, says Marcus G. I think I've done a little bit of that, if you know what I mean. Dencal, good afternoon.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much. Trump is saying he had the right to interfere in the 2020 election. What say you?
The right? I don't see what that's written down. Like if he has a right, that means it should be written down in law, right?
Let me give it to you in it should be, but he did. But let me give you the context of it. He was interviewing. He was doing an interview with Gary Levine on Fox yesterday, or a day before, I think it was, and he stated, "It's so crazy that my poll numbers go up. Whoever heard should get indicted for interfering with a presidential election, where you have every right to do it. You get indicted and your poll numbers go up." So he's stating that he got indicted for interfering with the election, and he had every right to do it. He never used the word alleged at all, because he could have said, you know, you get indicted for allegedly interfering with the presidential election. He didn't throw allegedly in there. I'm assuming his attorneys are pretty much, scratching their heads over that, but he said he had the right. What do you think led him to say that?
Yeah, I think pretty much at this point, I don't think it gives us a clear understanding of how he thinks, but I don't think it's going to hurt him any more or less in his court cases, because right now we've gotten to the point where he's just said and lied so much, like no lawyer could go in there and argue that we should take him at his word. Like, that's just not gonna happen.
Wow.
It's just like how we all talk about how, Michael Cohen, he lied, so we shouldn't believe anything he's got to say. Well, that same thing applies to Trump. Like, he's lied so much, nobody could go into court and say, listen to him, what he said, believe him. It just wouldn't work.
But what about the notion that he's pleading not guilty, and then he's saying this? Do you see this as maybe a confession at all? I've had some folks suggest that it almost sounds like he's confessing.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but he's been on both sides of every freaking issue that ever came across the table. That how could you? There's always an excuse. Like, we sat there and watched him, get up there and argue and tell people that the country was lost and and go, we got to take it back and fight like hell. And he said, well, just go do it peacefully. We take that peacefully. We take that one word peacefully and we apply it to everything he said before that.
Yeah. That did happen. That is an interesting point. Go fight like hell. I think Rudolph Giuliani said, let's have trial by combat. All of that is excluded because at the end he said, let's go peacefully.
Trial by combat, people talking about you're not going to have a country and we can't let them do it. And we got to go down there and stop them peacefully.
Well, but something, it's interesting you would bring up what took place on January 6th because I've heard so many different descriptions. It was Antifa, it was Black Lives Matter, and all of this stuff. And yet, when you hear Trump speak in regards to January 6th, everything Trump has said about January 6th has been positive and favorable. We love you, go home, it's a love fest. He's doing music with him, he's offering to pardon him. The idea that he didn't want them to do that, he said go peacefully and patriotically. He didn't want them to be that way, or it was a few folks that acted crazy, or it was Antifa. It sure don't sound like he thinks that. He has nothing but positive things to say about what happened there that day.
Well, what he knows now is that his people, the MAGA base, they have been properly trained.
Whoa, trained how?
They do the work for him without him even having to prompt them. They automatically make excuses for him without him even having to make them himself.
Yeah.
He gets to go out there and say, he gets to go out there and have rallies at his golf club for these people who have beat up police and everything, and they run around talking about he loves police. They're talking about, on this side, they're talking about all of those people were Antifa. I got a videotape of them getting out of vans and buses, and they all changed clothes right there in front of us. And then he's going to have he's going to have a benefit for them at his golf place. But they're not going to change. They're not going to then say, well, maybe I was wrong. They're going to continue saying what they say, no matter what he does. So they are properly trained.
That is a really interesting point, is that folks are saying it was done by Ray-Ups or the FBI or Antifa. And yet Trump is going to throw some kind of benefit rally, pardon them. And I mean, if either it's Antifa or it's people he like, I mean, at the end of the day, is Trump favorable to Antifa now? Because if Antifa's the one that did all of that, then why is Trump speaking positively about the people that did? It doesn't make sense when you really look into it.
If those people were Antifa, we wouldn't know it because all of their names, the people that have been prosecuted, are public record. You can't tell me these MAGA people wouldn't have reviewed them and been able to give you names. It's not like those the names of the people that have been arrested and prosecuted are not public knowledge. Like, we know who those people are. Those people have gotten up there who have been part of big organizations and said, yeah, we did it because Trump told us to go do it. Like, they're admitting this stuff in court, while at the same time, the people on the outside who want to defend him at all costs will say those people don't exist. And I mean, we're talking about the people of the big organizations that were there, the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, and I mean, even talking about the highest levels of their organization who have been caught on.
Yeah, both the leader of the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys. One got 18, one got 22 years respectively. But in the comments, Flip Sarek says it is proven that there were FBI agents there on January 6th, rather, that were there on January 6th inciting the people to riot. A lot of folks believe that Ray-Ups or the FBI incited them to do that.
Well, we've got pictures, we've got videos. They need to identify these people. This is 4 years later. Show it to us.
Yeah.
The matter of fact, that remember they turned all of the 4,000 hours of footage over to Fox News and Tucker Carlson, and then they turned that over to the House leader Mike Johnson.
Well, it happened in reverse. They gave it to Mike Johnson or McCarthy, I think it was.
McCarthy.
And then he gave it to Tucker Carlson, and they showed it on Fox. And they never identified any FBI agents.
And they didn't show. They showed selective parts where they showed cops overwhelmed and opening up doors. They didn't show all of the footage like they said in the beginning that they needed to do to have transparency, which is what McCarthy said Tucker was going to do. He cherry picked certain information, and then now it got turned over to the House, the investigation that they had in the House, and they never released it. If this stuff were true, these people with the footage right now would be salivating at showing these pictures of these FBI agents, because we got facial recognition, we got all kinds of stuff now. There's no way you can tell me that none of these people have been identified except for one dude, Ray Epps, who never went in the building, who just randomly appeared telling people to go in, and they cooperated. If they so easy manipulated, then what is that saying about them? That one random guy told them to go in, and thousands of people ran up in there because one guy told them to. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I brought that up before too, that you came out here to help Trump stop the steal. You came out here to support Trump. You paid for plane tickets and bus tickets to come hundreds, if not thousands of miles to DC to help Trump. And then he says, go to the Capitol building, go peacefully and patriotically. It's only a 2-mile walk. And in those 2 miles, some dude you don't know from Adam, referring to Ray Epps, could incite you to do the exact opposite of what the guy you came here to defend told you to do. It makes MAGA look like sheep. You don't even know who the fuck this is. Why would you listen to him and not the guy you actually came out here to defend? That really, if that is true, if Ray Epps incite, then it makes them look straight up like sheep. You're just following the instructions of a stranger?
Look, and he wasn't even the tip of the spear. It'd be different if he was busting out windows and going in. He was just telling people charge from the back.
Yeah. I'm just going to say,
if somebody was inspired, why are we even saying that when we already have recordings of the Oath Keepers and all of those people admitting that they went in? I find myself indulging in this stupid conversation and trying to figure out stuff that there is no answer to it. It was not fucking Antifa or Black Lives Matter or anybody else. It was some dumb ass MAGA dummies.
All right, DK, you pissed off half my audience for the day, but
what I feel, one more thing. Sometimes I feel sorry for people who live the life like Pinche Vato Loco, who run around thinking like we live in some type of matrix where, people are not really alive and nobody, people in this world can't hold water. To think that, Hillary's husband never said a word, and, Jill Biden has never, nobody has ever said to kids, or nobody has ever went to school and said, hey, that's really not my granddad. Nobody has ever revealed this secret. And this secret place where you go around and you're not really paying taxes, and you're paying taxes, but it's not going where you think it's going. And then we got this secret right to do stuff, and you can just do it if you want to. All you got to do is just read Google or some other search engine, man. It's got to be a miserable life walking around like that.
You say, hey, that's not really my grandpa. I gotta go.
All right, just bless his heart, man. Like you say down south, bless his heart.
All right, appreciate you coming through, Dinkow. That was kind of funny because my other caller stated that that Biden is no longer alive. He's like, it's amazing that none of his family or none of them came. That's really not my grandpa on TV. Oh my God! Tap the screen, get the likes up to 90,000. That ain't my grandpa, right? That is funny to me. That shit may not be funny. That shit is funny to me. All right, tap the screen, get the likes up. We can do it. We can do 300 on YouTube. 180, 190 on YouTube. That ain't my grandpa gave that speech, right? All right, looking at the comments. Heart misinformed. I just seen a MAGA say he doesn't look up facts or evidence. He only go by how he feels. Well, that's what they say about the liberals. They say the liberals are the ones that vote based on feelings. They say that. But I will say this, and I see in the comments, Flips says ignorance is bliss. It is something to be said that what MAGA is saying took place on January 6th. And I'm not even going to put Trump with MAGA on this. And that's unusual because Trump and MAGA are usually in sync. What's unusual is that what MAGA is saying happened on January 6th is not even in sync with what Trump is saying happened on January 6th. MAGA is saying some fools got out of hand that maybe were incited, led to incitement by the likes of Ray Epps, the FBI, Black Lives Matter, Antifa, or something like that. President Trump is saying that these are all allies. It's a love fest. We love you. Go home. Trump don't love Antifa. Trump isn't favorable to Black Lives Matter. Has Trump ever said Ray Epps? Has he ever blamed Trump? Not only Trump, but I think some of the ones that were there that day. I'm not, now this is where I'm pleading ignorance. I don't know what Steve Bannon, Don Jr. spoke there that day. Larry Flynn, whatever, he was there that day. Giuliani, obviously. Sidney Powell spoke. I don't know if they blamed it on, but Trump himself is not saying what happened on January 6th to the same level of what MAGA is saying on January 6th is totally different than what Trump said. Normally, MAGA and Trump are in sync. And if it went down the way MAGA said it went down, then Trump has promised to pardon everybody. I don't think MAGA would want Antifa, who would because according to MAGA, it was a peaceful event. Mike Flynn, okay, fair enough. According to MAGA, it was a peaceful event that Epps and the FBI fucked up. Trump isn't saying anything was fucked up. He said it was a love fest. It was a good day. He believes that the people who did get incarcerated were wrongfully incarcerated. He's not blaming it on the FBI. So that's what's really weird is that MAGA and Trump, in regards to January 6th, they're not even in sync. They're saying different things. I don't think I've ever heard Trump blame January 6th on Black Lives Matter. I've talked to a lot of MAGA that said Black Lives Matter was there causing mayhem. Not once did I hear Trump say that. He's standing in front of the whole damn crowd. He never said that. So it's kind of weird that MAGA and Trump are not in sync on this. Looking in the comments, how could it be Black Lives Matter if the majority of the crowd were white? The Q, Sham, and others, Picture Truth, live video proof, yikes. Yeah, Christopher Jackson, yeah. Now, there are white members of Black Lives Matter, no doubt. If you see, there are plenty of Black Lives Matter rallies that have white people in them, but that was January 6th, that's crazy. In my humble opinion, it wouldn't have even been safe for Black Lives Matter to get involved in that crowd. If you're Black Lives Matter and you want to get involved in that shit, good luck. Antifa and the FBI. But like I said, Trump, not only is MAGA in regards to January 6th, because MAGA usually agrees with Trump and Trump agrees with MAGA most issues. But in regards to January 6th, not only is MAGA out of sync with what Trump is saying, they're also out of sync with the entire Republican Congress and Republican Senate that were there that day. How many Republican senators, the Ted Cruz's and Marco Rubio's and all them folks that were there that day, Mike Pence was there too, how many of them are saying that what happened there that day was at the behest of Antifa or Black Lives Matter? Now, some of them did bring up the FBI. I think there was an interview. They interviewed Ray Epps and all that. Some of them did try to lead in that direction. But most Republicans that were there that day are not saying what MAGA are saying. MAGA is in a whole different ballgame with that. Looking in the comments, MAGA is always out of sync. Not usually. They usually are in sync with Trump. But Trump is saying something different about January 6th than MAGA is. Ted Cruz wears lady clothes. I don't know where to go with that. there were a lot of things that were happening during that day. Well, I don't know what happened at that day because according to Trump, everything was positive. I have not heard Trump say one thing negative about January 6th. Good day, love fest, go home, made music with him, has offered to pardon everybody. Not one thing negative have I heard from President Trump in regards to January 6th. And I will also say this. Trump also said during that interview, we haven't talked about this much, but with Gary Levine of Fox News, he was referring to Kamala Harris. He said, they say she has many deficiencies, but she's a nasty person. The way they treated Mike Pence was horrible. The way she treated, he's talking about Kamala Harris. Says they say she has many deficiencies, but she's a nasty person. The way she treated Mike Pence was horrible. The way she treats people is horrible. Now, Trump is suggesting that Kamala Harris mistreated Mike Pence. I think you guys already know where the conversation goes on that. Let me go back to the box, tap the screen. Kamala Harris was the one that treated Mike Pence bad. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 90,000. We can certainly make that happen. Going back to the box, Lisa in Coat Jam. Good afternoon, Lisa. Welcome to the program. Thank you, RGB. If MAGA wasn't there, if MAGA wasn't there, Trump would be done. And I agree with that. If what happened on January 6th did not happen, I tend to believe that Trump would be doing better politically. I really do think a lot of Trump's detractors are January 6th related. A lot of traditional Republicans do not like Trump simply for what took place on January 6th. If Trump had lost to Biden, conceded the loss, got on stage and said, I can be damn sure one promise I'll make to you. You will miss me putting Biden in office. I guarantee you'll look back at the Trump economy and you'll wish I was back. And you can think about that when I run again in 2024. But right now, we got to deal with 4 years of this guy. If he had conceded the election, his poll numbers would be higher. I do believe that. His poll numbers would be higher. The way he acted, and by the way, because I know a lot of MAGA didn't watch the damn January 6 hearings, but that did come out in the testimony that Laura Ingraham and Sean Hannity and some of the folks were trying to call, and they were telling him, you're ruining your legacy by doing this. In regards to January 6th, when they're watching the Capitol building being overrun, they're trying to reach out to Trump and he's not answering the phone. And they're leaving him messages like, you're ruining your legacy with this shit. I do believe that if Trump had conceded the election and we had Biden's economy to look back on, the way folks feel about Biden's economy, inflation, I do believe if he hadn't done that, he would be doing. Now, COVID is another debate. I mean, a lot of folks don't like how he handled the pandemic, but January 6th is COVID. COVID could be due to ignorance. Listen, it's a pandemic. None of us have been through it. I get that Obama left behind a playbook that he allegedly tossed out, but he might get somewhat of a pass on COVID. January 6th appears to be deliberate, and I do believe that is hurting him. Renee, thank you for the super chat, says throwing a party for January 6th on the 5th. That also, that's when I was saying that Trump and MAGA are out of sync, I was trying to use the back portion of my tiny little brain to think of another issue that I have been meaning to talk to you folks about that shows that Trump is out of sync with MAGA. That is the part of it. MAGA is saying it was Ray Epps, it was the FBI, folks got out of hand, it wasn't MAGA. Trump is throwing a party for them, as Renee points out, which also means that it wasn't the FBI. It wasn't Ray Epps. It's people that he finds friendly. Why would he throw a party for Antifa? Why would he commemorate Black Lives Matter, ruining what would have normally been a peaceful protest? This is why I keep saying Trump and MAGA are really out of sync on what took place on January 6th. MAGA has given Trump some defenses suggesting that, listen, it wasn't our people, It was idiots that got out of hand. But Trump keeps showing nothing but love and adoration for the idiots. So Trump and MAGA are out of sync on this. Trump is going against every defense that MAGA put up. They're out of sync on this. And I don't know if MAGA needs to change its tune or if Trump needs to listen to MAGA, but both, you watch Fox News, right-wing media, essentially they're MAGA. They support Trump for president, and that's politics. That's supposed to be, that's MSNBC supports Biden and Harris. Okay, I get it. But right-wing media is saying the same thing that MAGA is saying. And then Trump is coming along like, no, these are all heroes. So that needs to be corrected. They're completely out of sync on that. Mr. Incognito says Trump postponed the party. Damage might be done already. I mean, it would look even worse if there was video footage of him celebrating January 6th. Postponing the party is certainly a wise thing to do. Maybe somebody that Trump trusts, a handler, got to him and said, sorry, there's no way in hell you could throw a party for this shit. But the fact is, he was going to do it. It was announced. So damage is kind of already done. Damage is already done. I don't know why, if it was a bad day, well, Trump says it's a good day. So going back to the box, did a grandmother undergoing cancer treatment deserve a prison sentence? She didn't even, what are you talking about there, Karen? Are you talking about somebody on January 6th? A grandmother undergoing cancer treatment. If the grandmother undergoing cancer treatment was out there in that bullshit on January 6th, why not ask that question? Why are you here? If you're a grandmother undergoing, why the hell are you in this shit? Shouldn't you be at home getting ready for chemo on Monday? Why are you here? Going back to the box. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 95. We're getting close to 100. I appreciate that. Going back to the box, your mom's favorite. Okay, I don't know what the rest of that said, but good. Stop doing dumb shit with your feelings, Keith. Your mom's, good afternoon. Okay, your mom's favorite is sleep. All right, let me keep going. Love your hat, sir. Appreciate it. We always are MAGA friendly. Been that way since day one. Always have, always will be. Can we stop talking about January 6th? It's over. Let's talk about what's really going on in America instead of talking about what Trump did on January 6th, says Anthony Inmore. You know what would be a good enlightenment towards us getting past January 6th? Is maybe if Trump stopped talking about it. I watch a lot of Trump rallies on Newsmax, on YouTube. I've never seen one of his audience members yell out, sir, let's stop talking about January 6th, sir. Instead of talking about January 6th, sir, why don't we talk about the economy, sir? Can we talk about inflation, sir, and how you're going to get things up? No, they let him talk about it. So you can't tell folks that, you can't tell his detractors to stop talking about something that he is actively still speaking about in his rallies. I've been to a couple Trump rallies. January 6th came up. Him saying he won the 2020 elections. I mean, Trump himself is being told by his handlers, you have favoritism. You have the voters in your pocket on the economy and the border. Why the hell do you keep bringing up this old shit? They agree with you. They agree with your statement in the comments. His own people do. Nikki Haley stated it. Karl Rove stated it. Kellyanne Conway recently said it. But he keeps doing it. So you can't let Trump do it and then tell the liberals where it's wrong if you bring it up. No. It starts with the top. If the man is still boasting about it, then the liberals have a right to talk about it too. He won't stop saying it. Looking in the comments, and I see Keith Pence. Yeah. First of all, January 6th has not been adjudicated in court yet either. Going on back to the box, Pazuzu, is that what I'm reading? Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. That's Fuzzer, right? Oh, Pazuzu. Good afternoon.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. So Trump is stating that he had a right to interfere with the 2020 election. Why do you think he'd say that?
Because he's delusional, and he's been fed a lot of bullshit from a lot of his supporters, and he's gotten conspiracy brain himself.
Delusional how?
I think that he had a lot of advisors who were just telling him what he wanted to hear instead of actually being honest about what it actually was, that he lost the election. Democrats had a lot of rules to change, and he wasn't able to articulate that to his supporters, that that there was a time for them to contest these election changes, and mail-in ballots came in and he lost. Republicans tend to lose when there's more access, easier access to voting. So that's what happened. And, a lot of the boomer brain people went along with that conspiracy, and, he lost. And that's it is what it is.
But so, because he's also close with Kamala Harris and even losing in most of the swing states. Now, Judith Schneider on YouTube says, how in the heck could Kamala be as close as Trump when she is for open borders? Folks are asking, because I get your point about January 6th, but folks are suggesting that Trump did so much better for this country. How the hell is Kamala being so competitive with him?
Well, the answer is, and we talked about this last time I was on the panel. I'm on the fence. I find Trump to be an unsavory figure, and his economy genuinely was better.
Wait, you find Trump to be what?
Unsavory.
Oh, okay.
But his policies are for the economy were better. I mean, at least from my experience, people will say that, oh, well, you're still under the 2 years of the previous president, and I kind of maybe I buy that a little bit. Maybe I don't. I'm not really sure. I'm not necessarily the most informed to understand how the economy works. But Trump's 2 years before COVID were excellent. Those were phenomenal financial times for me. But Kamala Harris's policies are ridiculous, especially her economic policy. Her immigration policy is ridiculous. But I think that Trump's personality deficits are so bad that people don't want to vote for him, and it's unfortunate. But I had a question for you. Is listen.
Okay, before you give me that question, you're saying that Kamala Harris, her policies are ridiculous, and you also stated that Trump is unsavory. Are you voting in November?
That's the thing. I was between not voting and voting. I don't even know who I would vote for if I was voting, because I don't like Kamala Harris's policies, and I don't like Trump enough that I probably would not vote for him. Even though economically he probably would do better, but I think that he's such a divisive character that the left, and I was a part of the left for a long time. I don't consider myself to be center left. The left would tear this country up. They were allowed to riot in this country for hundreds of days across the country. I watched a lot of wealthy, white, socialist, type kids come through. I'm from Pittsburgh, and it was a Black Lives Matter riot. Well, not riot, protest in my area. And I watched these kids actually come and try to drop off bricks that they had bought at the local Home Depot. Wow. They're trying to incite a riot among the black people, and the black people were looking at these kids like, "What are you doing? Like, when you leave this demonstration, this protest, like, you're going to go back to your house and you're going to live in your, affluent, wealthy neighborhoods, but you're coming to the hood to tear this up."
Wow.
And so I became disaffected over that, because there's a lot of things that we're not able to discuss about our movements on the left, and how, I'm politically black. That's where I really consider myself. I really just want good things for the black community.
So how do you respond to folks? Okay, because you're saying that you favor Trump's policies, but it's his personality that you're not likely to vote for. You find Trump to be unsavory. You believe Kamala Harris's policies are downright ridiculous, and you believe the liberals would destroy the whole damn country. How do you respond to folks who might say you not voting for Trump makes it so that you're kind of holding out on emotion? You're kind of taking the snowflake route. If he's best for this country, you should get over your feelings and emotion and make the right call.
I think the consequences of it would be terrible. I think that there was a while, we had a protest complex where people could go nationally and travel around to all these different cities, get arrested, and access bail funds that a lot of liberals set up.
No, wait a minute. I'm saying, why wouldn't you vote for Trump if Kamala Harris has ridiculous policies and you favor Trump? You're talking about his personality. The right are going to say you're a snowflake. You can't get over the personality to get the country back on track.
Well, I would say that they're not really weighing in the consequence of the anti-Trump sentiment would be so vicious. So, it would tear this whole country up. And Trump, he's not a good steward for unity. We'll just say it like that. He's not able to reunify the country. He's perfectly fine keeping people in their silos.
So you believe you essentially believe we're fucked no matter which one of these people win.
Oh, definitely, bro.
Wow.
As a Black American, immigration is a huge issue for African Americans existing on the lower economic run. We will be, economically outclassed by a mile, and we'll, I'm worried about the African American community losing what's left of their political capital, and because we've allied ourselves with the left for a long time, and they really haven't spoken to our needs. And
wait a minute. But Trump has stated he's did more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln. If you're concerned with the issues concerning blacks, MAGA, you should be with MAGA. I don't get it.
I would say that that's a hyperbolic statement. I don't think that he's done more for Black community than anyone since Abraham Lincoln. I think that's probably pretty exaggerated, like most things that Trump says.
All right. So no Trump.
Plus the immunity for police thing is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think that if you want to say we're going to give officers civil immunity so they can't be sued, whatever. But saying we need to give some of these cops deserve to be in jail. Some of them don't. It is what it is. And
Trump. Yeah, that's my particular disqualification is that Trump is promising to get police immunity from prosecution. He hasn't cleared that up. That for me is frightening. So that's where I stand on that too. Kind of like you got to explain that, and he doesn't seem like he's going to explain it.
It seems like that was just an offhanded comment. I went and looked at his white paper. I didn't really see anything and explained it.
Well, I can show you. It doesn't matter what's on his policy paper. He said it at multiple rallies. I got 3 or 4 video clips of him saying that in different locations. So he's saying it, and he's saying it over and over again.
Yeah, and I don't even know what that even means. Like, what am I supposed to do with that?
Yeah.
It's just a bad look. But at the same time, the sentiment. I do violence prevention work in the Pittsburgh community. We need our police. There's some serious criminals and some serious cultural things.
100% agree with you. But we need our police, but we don't need to give them a position where they're not held accountable for bad action.
Absolutely not. I'm 1,000% with you. We need our police, but we cannot exist in a system where these guys have immunity from the consequences of whatever they've done. And I understand we're asking police simultaneously to do more with less, and it's a real issue. We're asking them to do mental health interventions, and there's just a lot of things that they shouldn't do. But the less prescriptions for policing, community policing, social workers is ridiculous too. I work with a lot of former criminals, and they even say we can't send out women and social workers with clipboards to talk to some of these guys because some of these dudes are genuinely violent. And you're gonna have to arrest these dudes and put them in jail. I used to be mad at Democrats for the crime reform bill and Joe Biden and everything, but then I started doing some work, and I'm like, oh, this is why these people need to be in jail. Some of these people are going to be violent until they hit about 35, and then that violence streak.
So let me ask you: Did you vote for Trump? Did you vote for Trump in 2016 or 2020?
No. So in 2016, I think I voted Green. And in 2020, I voted for Joe Biden, and I don't like that. I think that Joe Biden, Democrats will cut up their nose to spite their face just to prove that Trump is wrong.
If you could go back in time to 2020, would you have voted for Trump?
I don't know. I think, oh God, it's tough because, like I said, he's downright unsavory. I think that.
I want you to define that. You keep referring to Trump as unsavory. I need a definite. What about Trump is unsavory?
He is old and he's stuck on some stuff. Like, he can't even do what's good for him, just to get past, some of the stuff that's already happened and everything. He can't let it go. He's like a dog with a bone. He won't move on. And, that inflexibility, but also like, just his ego. He can't just he can't let it go. It's not serving his ego. And I get it. A lot of these people who are seeking the highest office are egomaniacs. A lot of them are attracted to this power. They're psychopaths. Some of the decisions that have been made are just like, oh, that sounds, downright inhumane. And I get it. The presidential seat is attractive to these people.
Right.
And I think that he's just not as sophisticated as a lot of people who have seek the throne. So it just makes him transparently like, ugh,
All right, you sound like Doja Cat. Ugh. All right, I got to move it on, man. Appreciate you coming through. Good talk. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be back on.
All right, thank you. And by the way, what he just stated actually is, wow, the number of Republicans, well-respected Republicans that I can cite off that is saying the same thing what my last caller said, the Nikki Haley's, Chris Christie is no longer well-respected, but Nikki Haley is still somewhat, Karl Rove is still somewhat, Kellyanne Conway is definitely, they're all saying the same thing, is that, holding on to grudges and defending your ego is not working well for Trump. Bill O'Reilly's 30 plus year friend of Trump just watched another one of his, he's on YouTube now at the Leaving Fox, and he said the same thing. It's like, he's like, I've tried to tell him, because he got, him and Trump sometimes meet. Bill O'Reilly, routinely meets Trump, talks to him, and he said, I've been trying to tell him that this is, because Bill O'Reilly is in a camp for Trump. He absolutely thinks Kamala Harris is going to destroy the damn country, thinks she is a bad candidate, and he really wants Trump to win. And he says it on his program how frustrated he is when Trump refuses to let go of the past and those grudges and grievances. As I stated yesterday for one of my YouTube shorts, is that Trump just the other day took to social media and reposted a picture of 7 people all wearing prison outfits with bars behind them. Nancy Pelosi was in the picture, Dr. Fauci, Bill Gates. Yeah, Bill Gates, not Mark Zuckerberg, but Nancy Pelosi, Dr. Fauci, Bill Gates was in the picture, Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Nancy Pelosi. First, Hillary Clinton was in there too. And I asked this earlier in the program. Why the hell is he still attacking Hillary Clinton? Why is he still on social media sending out bad shit about Hillary Clinton? She's irrelevant at this point. Hillary Clinton is completely irrelevant. She's not even really hurting Trump in terms of campaigning. She's irrelevant. And he's still doing this stuff. So Bill O'Reilly even said that. And he brought up some other woman. Trump was at a rally in one of the swing states. And Bill O'Reilly brought up, listen, some author that said something negative about Trump. And O'Reilly was like, she said something negative about me too in a book. And he's like, nobody gives a damn about this lady. She's down in the weeds. But here Trump is at a rally spending a half hour talking about this woman. Just making her career, giving this woman 15 minutes of fame. So, yeah, that is a problem for President Trump, is that he don't know how to let go of grudges, which to some degree, as my last caller was saying, he's unsavory, but I'm not going to say unsavory, but a lot of people are fearful of that. Okay, if you won't let go of grudges and we put you back in the White House, are you going to spend the next 4 years taking revenge on people? You believe, the Biden administration weaponized the DOJ and all. So you just go, just use the taxpayers' money to go after all your enemies? I mean, that's what he's indicating. He's talked about locking people up since he came down the escalator. He's been talking about locking people up. It didn't become something to get angry about until people started talking about locking him up. Well, shit, I was just joking. Shouldn't be doing it. Look it in the comments. You shouldn't be standing up for Hillary if she didn't have some kind of power. Or you wouldn't be standing up for Hillary if she didn't have some kind of power. Hillary don't have any kind of power at this point. The power in the Democratic Party is Obama and the Pelosi's. And it's on its way to being, what is the black guy that replaced Nancy Pelosi? I cannot think of his name right now. But Nancy Pelosi stepped down as Speaker, the top member of Congress and the African-American. Hillary Clinton's time is gone. If Hillary Clinton threw a campaign rally, she's not going to fill up a stadium. Obama would do that. Jim Jeffries, is it Jim Jeffries? Hakeem. Jim Jeffries is a comedian. Hakeem Jeffries, yeah. So, Hillary Clinton's time is gone. Trump is wasting time attacking Hillary Clinton. Why don't you attack how Harris and Biden did at the border, or the fact that people got to pay a fortune for groceries? Any conversation on Hillary Clinton at this point is a waste of time. I would also add what I normally add. You had 4 years in D.C. Everything you're accusing Hillary Clinton of, she had already done it when you took office. If she's that fucking bad, why didn't you go after her then? You're talking about her now. You served for, Biden has served for 9-10 years later. Hillary Clinton is like yesterday's news. Move on. How can we suggest that people talking about Trump engaging in Trump derangement syndrome, and no one brings up that he apparently has Hillary Clinton derangement syndrome? She's old news. And I agree with you, Anthony, in the comments. She's irrelevant. She's irrelevant. Hillary Clinton is irrelevant at this point. He has Hillary Clinton derangement syndrome. He can't stop talking about her. Now, Nancy Pelosi is still relevant. Obviously, Nancy Pelosi, if for some reason Kamala Harris wins and becomes the next president, Nancy Pelosi will join the likes of Kellyanne Conway and Karl Rove being responsible for getting the president across the finish line. Without Nancy Pelosi, he might still be running against Biden. I think they've kind of made it clear that Biden wasn't going to necessarily step down. Nancy Pelosi is behind that shit. Talk about her. Hillary Clinton is irrelevant. And I see in the comments, Jay Lord is bringing up Benghazi. That shit ain't going nowhere. Hillary Clinton had to testify before Congress for 11 hours. In fact, before Hillary Clinton got hammered with Benghazi when she announced she was running for president in 2016, they tried to use Benghazi against Obama for his reelection in 2012. And it didn't work to prevent Obama from getting reelected. And then when Hillary Clinton came up running for office, they tried to use it against her. You've got all of your mileage out of Benghazi. There's nothing left to that anymore. I'm not saying it wasn't wrong to let an ambassador perish when they were asking for assistance. I seen the damn movie, but it's old news. I mean, what's next? You gonna bring up? You want the liberals to bring up the Iran-Contra scandal? Benghazi is old news. That's over with. There's no mileage left in that anymore. That is old news. Look at it in the comments. Biden did not drop out until Butler. What really happened in Butler, Pennsylvania? You're talking about the assassination attempt on Trump. I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think, well, let's say you asked what happened in Butler. The assassination attempt on Trump skyrocketed his poll numbers even more. Maybe they came to a conclusion that this guy is not going to lose to Biden. I think the writing was already on the wall after that June 27th debate. But they realize that if you leave Biden in against Trump, he's going to lose. Find somebody that checks off a few extra boxes. Trump was starting to gain on the African-American vote. Trump was doing better considering they were both two old men. So a lot of liberals were just going to sit it out. They weren't going to vote for Trump, but Biden was too old, too senile. They weren't excited about him. Kamala Harris is energizing a lot of voters that were going to sit it out. That's why her poll numbers are doing so much better. She's not taking any Republicans or taking MAGA. She's getting people to jump in that were going to sit out. And then, of course, the black vote that Trump, we got to assume some of that's been reversed. Now that they got an actual black candidate, I mean, it is what it is. Looking in the comments, I'm against all parties. I'm against all parties from the Republicans and left of them. Remember, Republicans are the left end of the right. That's complicated, Brandon. Simps for Kamala. Simp. If you vote for Kamala Harris, you a simp? All right, that's a new one. Let me go back to the box. Tap the screen. 110, can we do that? Can we do 110,000? Fuzzard, appreciate you. Good afternoon, Fuzzard. Welcome to the program. Fuck Republicans and Democrats. Trump 2024, says Jeff Patakis. All right, so you're admitting Trump is not a Republican. Fuzzard, good afternoon.
What's going on, Tim?
Hey, good to see you. Trump suggesting that he had the right to interfere with the election. What say you?
This dumbass, he thinks the Supreme Court gave him immunity for presidential duties, and that covers it probably. Now he's confessing.
Wow. So he's not even trying to hide it, in your opinion.
He thinks he's immune from it. He goes, oh, yeah, okay, well, I was allowed to now. That's all I can think of. I don't know. He's so dumb that he thinks that, I mean, he doesn't realize that they're still picking out what qualified and what doesn't. So he probably just thinks I was immune. I'm fine. That's my opinion.
I don't. And then before I continue on with you, Fuzz, and I want to respond to somebody on YouTube who said another hater. That's heart-burning. Folks, let me make it clear. I believe in free speech. I don't run from anybody, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. We're MAGA friendly. We go left to Bernie Sanders. I'm having dinner. For some reason, I'm having dinner with Q now. We let everybody speak. But for some reason, my TikTok audience leans more left. I see most of you folks on YouTube are more to the right. Come on TikTok. I'd love to hear from you in person. You can't take callers on TikTok. That's the only reason I'm not talking to you. Fuzzer, continue.
Yeah, so as far as that goes, I really believe he really thinks he was allowed to do it at this point. He's telling on himself. That's about all I have. But a little while ago, you were talking about someone mentioned that he's not considered a felon.
They stated that until he gets sentenced on September 18th, until he gets sentenced, none of the normal restrictions that you would have as a felon apply to him yet. I don't know if I agree with that, but somebody said that.
I'm not sure about the restrictions part, but there is some truth because I did look into it. I'm not sure. I have to look closer into it now that you bring out the restrictions. But there is truth that, New York state law does not consider him a felon until sentencing. But he has been convicted of a felony. So that's the best I could find out on that.
That's crazy.
Well, yeah, but does that qualify with restrictions? Like you said, after sentencing, they usually say, so you're not allowed to do this, or you're not allowed to do this. Does it make a difference? I don't know.
If you're being, like I said, if you're being tried for a violent felony, and you're found guilty when a jury announces you as guilty, even if you're given bail or if you're given a future sentence date or whatever the hell they do, they'll say your sentence will be in April. Usually the judge will read off, okay, you understand you are to stay away from your baby mama. You can't purchase firearms, or you can't hang around your old buddies. They normally tell you at the point you're convicted of the restrictions. Don't leave the country. You are to hand in your passport. That's normally when they say it. They don't wait till you're sentenced to tell you that.
I'm willing to bet he still has his passport too.
Yeah.
And that actually touched on another thing. There's 37 countries that he would not be able to visit.
Damn! Really?
Including Israel. So that's... Yeah.
I think Benjamin Netanyahu might make a pass.
Right. He probably would.
37? Wow.
Yes, 37 countries that have felony restrictions, and they're big countries. I think like Spain, Portugal. Yeah, they're
the ones you want to go to.
Right, exactly. All part of G7 and stuff like that.
Yeah, the ones you want to go to.
And then another thing I wanted to touch on was you were asking about what was prohibiting him from being on the ballot. Article 14, Section 3 says anyone that engages in insurrection or adds and comforts anyone that was engaged in an insurrection.
Yeah, we talked. Yeah, I forgot that. We did talk about that. And that is absolutely true that the leader of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers were convicted of sedition, insurrection, and Trump has already promised to pardon them, did music songs with them. So he has certainly aided and offered comfort by way of a pardon and everything to folks who have been convicted of it.
And what we have to remember is the ruling on the Supreme Court was that Colorado and Maine, and I live in Maine, Colorado and Maine have to keep them on the ballot because that's an act of Congress to keep them off. Okay. Act of Congress to keep them off. But it does not say anything about the 14 Article 3. So after he is nominated, he gets elected in. Congress could step in and still enforce that and say you are not eligible.
This is a fucking mess. So if Trump wins, but he doesn't win Congress, if he wins the presidency, but the Congress stays liberal, if there's enough members, they may actually push him out.
Well, I mean, right. According to the Constitution, if they ruled, and they have ruled it was an insurrection, he definitely aided and abetted. Yeah, they could. Congress could keep him out of the presidency.
Would the Senate have to act on that like with an impeachment, though?
I don't think so. No, it's just we've never seen this. I don't think. I think he's just disqualified. I don't even think that you have to impeach him or anything. He's just simply disqualified.
Big dog. Yeah, and that's the problem is that Trump has paved the way in so many areas that we've never seen before. That every other week you're saying we don't know what to do because we've never seen this before. I mean, he's constantly paving the way in charting new territory.
Yeah, this is just unseen ground. I mean, it's baffling. There was something I was just thinking of and it slipped my mind.
So, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess it was just about, as long as Congress ruled, they could just, that's what I was going to say. It would be just like, say I ran. I am 34 years old, but I said I was 35 this whole time. I get nominated, and they find out I'm 34. Well, one of the stipulations of being a president, you have to be 35.
Right.
I no longer qualify. So it's just like that. You have to be a U.S. citizen or born in the U.S. You have to be 35 years old, and you can't engage in an insurrection. Those are the three disqualifiers. So
I really think you can't be involved in an insurrection should certainly be on there. I mean, there's no doubt that should be on there.
So it dates back to the Civil War. So people that were in the Confederate generals.
Yeah.
That's why they wrote the law that way. Hey, if you were a Confederate general, you can't be a part of our army. I mean, our presidency.
I mean, that makes sense. You just tried to break up the damn country.
Right. Yeah. That's right. You tried to succeed. So.
All right. So at the end of the day, you think we'll be dealing with another President Trump? He could be our 47th commander-in-chief. You think he'll win?
No, not a chance.
Not a chance, really?
She is pulling away with the female vote. She's pulling away with definitely black female vote. She is making ground on. I mean, she's up by she's pulling away by 3-4 points in some of these categories. She's pulled on.
Yeah, but Trump is kicking ass in the white male vote.
Yeah, some. I mean, he's always going to kick ass with the certain group of people that we're talking about. So,
the white males love Trump.
When was the last? How many Republican people in the government? At the RNC, how many Democratic leaders spoke on behalf of Donald Trump?
Democratic leaders? Why would a Democratic leader be at the RNC?
They were at the DNC. Republican leaders were at the DNC.
Yeah, well, they don't like Trump, that's why.
I'm
surprised they didn't get George W. Bush to come there.
I actually wondered if he might make
Or
it.
Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney would have probably came too.
They could have wheeled in Jimmy Carter.
Shit, they could have probably got Liz Cheney and her dad, wheeled him in. I mean,
Yeah, Liz Cheney would have been interesting to see if she had shown up. That would have been. But.
Well, Liz Cheney may have some still have a shred of hope, an inkling of hope that once Trump goes away, she might be able to get back in the party. I mean, because without Trump, Liz Cheney would have been a lifelong congresswoman. She would have been in Republican politics for the rest of her life. Just like Jeb Bush, those folks would have been around forever. Trump destroyed some permanent careers.
Yeah. Well, Mike Pence. I mean, where are you going to see Mike Pence show up again?
Maybe at church.
Yeah, exactly. But the Republicans really missed out on an opportunity with Liz Cheney. They should have nominated her. She should be running.
How about this? Jeff Patakis on YouTube says this caller is missing the point why people love Trump. Romney, Bush isn't the same as Harris and Biden. Wow. So the former leaders of the Republican Party, Romney and George Bush, they've put in the same category as Biden and Kamala Harris?
Two of the most conservative people, and Liz Cheney, I'm sure if you heard us talk about that, three of the most conservative people that have ever been a part of the Republican Party, and they're rhinos now.
How does that work? And Fred Hinkle, thank you for the compliment, entertaining both sides. How does that work that the former leaders of the Republican Party are now in the same category as the Democrats? What did they do?
Nothing. What did Mitt Romney? I mean, I get that Liz Cheney stuck her neck out and went on the January 6th committee. Okay, I understand. Hey, I mean, you talk about having to be a loyalist, but and by the way, Donald Trump was pissed that it wasn't more bipartisan afterwards. But Mitt Romney, what the hell did he do?
Well, Mitt Romney voted to impeach Trump.
No, that's true too. Yeah.
Because I see in the comments, Carpe Diem says Liz Cheney, John McCain, Romney all burned because they didn't kiss the ring of the king. That's what Carpe Diem says.
Exactly. They had their own mind. That's all it takes. It takes one. I mean, what do you think of this? I'm kind of bouncing around here. The Arlington thing. You probably ended up. You've already.
I know the cemetery thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to follow the rules. I mean, there's no denying, because they've been bashing Biden with the death of those 13 servicemen since Biden came along. It did happen on his watch, so I get it. But there's no denying that Trump was trying to use that as a campaign issue. Right. He was trying to get political points by he's showing love to the deceased in that family in an event that Biden is allegedly responsible for. He was violating the rules of the cemetery. He was using it as a campaign piece.
Exactly. And with so he was asked about, I think it was Bash on CNN asked him about it. I'm not positive it was her. Asked him what happened with the video. And he said, he claimed, I don't know how it leaked. Now, this is the part that shows you what quality of a man he is. I don't know how it leaked out. Maybe it was the family the Gold Star family that invited me there.
On his account?
Yeah, that was in the interview. He blamed the family that invited him there.
Yeah, I heard he said it was a setup. He said it was a setup.
And then he said or it might have been a setup. Yeah, that was another thing.
Yeah, I seen one of the women of that family was on CNN, and they asked her that, like, how do you respond to Trump saying that the video of what you get for your honoring your loved one was a setup on your. She didn't have an answer for that. She still supported Trump, but she's like, I don't know where that's coming from.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's just the fact that you would blame that family. Who knows? The guy, who knows where he is? But like I said, I think he really thinks his immunity is already implied, and that he really thought he had the right to challenge or to interrupt, not challenge. Interrupting the election in 2020. I really think
I wouldn't be surprised if they, with the Supreme Court giving him immunity and not defining what it is. It wouldn't surprise me if the Supreme Court viewed what happened on January 6th as acting in concert of the duty of your office and gave him immunity for it. Would not surprise me.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, but you just recently had Jack Smith realign all of his charges.
Yeah.
So that it definitely does not fit with the Supreme Court ruling. So
hopefully the Supreme Court may say no, they do. We'll see.
Right. Yeah, we'll see what happens. It'll be interesting.
Yeah. All right, Fuzzer.
I'll let you go.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot. I'll talk to you later.
Anytime. By the way, folks, tap the screen. 112, huh? All right, let's go for 120. 400 plus of you in here. We are MAGA friendly. By the way, as I stated earlier to my YouTube audience, we do try to bring up MAGA. I'm not trying to deliberately bring up none but liberals, but for some reason, MAGA do not favor the TikTok app. So that's why I try to read most of your comments on YouTube, because you guys don't go to TikTok, so I can't interact with you vocally because you're not there. Predominantly my audience on TikTok seems to be left nowadays. Didn't used to be that way. But looking in the comments real quick, I don't know what the hell okay, there we go. 5 families told Fox Trump was the only one who talked to them all this time. I mean, at the end of the day, the lost 13 service members is something Trump used from day one to bash Biden over the head with. So it only makes sense that you would talk to the families so that they could also assist you in bashing Biden. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, the liberals will do the same thing. I can see why Biden is not going to reach out to the families, because they're on TV bashing them about what are they going to meet them for? They're on TV bashing you and shit like that. You go meet with them and then they say, well, we didn't accept his apology. We feel like it was an empty apology. He's only coming to make political points. What's the purpose of even meeting with him? I mean, Trump is not going to meet with people that bash him either. But I understand your point, Fancy. Biden has ignored them. You are twisting it. Biden met with them when they received the actual corpse. Biden met with those families when the bodies came home. He actually met with them in person. If you lose a loved one in the U.S. military, you don't get to keep meeting with the president over and over again. In fact, most people never see him at all. When those bodies came back from Afghanistan, Biden met with those families. So what are you talking about? He ignored them. He was there. What, he wanted to show up every year and commemorate it? I tell you it is. If Trump wins in 2024, I bet you those families won't see him no more. If Trump gets reelected in November, go talk to those families this time next year and ask them, when is the last time you saw Trump? It's a campaign piece. I'm not saying the liberals won't do the same shit, but it's not like Trump is some huge, sympathetic person that wants to do right by these families. No, he's using it for the value it has to it. If he wins, those families have seen him for the last time. There's no more value in meeting with them. They're not going to keep meeting with him. So I understand your point, but that's not how it's going to work. Biden never, ever even spoke to any of them. All right. Okay. So if you think, I don't know what to say on that. You're trying to suggest that Biden didn't speak to the families and Trump did, and Trump is using it for a campaign ploy. Even if Biden didn't speak to them at all, which I'm under the impression that that's not true, but let's say it is. Biden never spoke to him and Trump did. Trump is using it for political capital. He's not doing it out of true sympathy and love for him. There are other people that have been lost overseas. Has he met with them too? Biden has been deemed responsible for what happened in Afghanistan. So Trump is meeting with the families of those victims for political capital. They're not the only service personnel that have died since that point. Has Trump met with any of those other folks? No, because you can't blame those deaths on Biden. It's great that a former president met with them. That's great. But he's not meeting with them just out of love and sympathy for what they went through. There's a reason why you know about every time he met them. There's a reason why that information is coming out. Because it's beneficial to him. He ain't trying to have some kind of private engagement with them, look out for them, and do it. No, he's trying to blow it up just like he did at Arlington. He wants everybody to know because it's politically advantageous for him. Look at it in the comments. Can't blame the difference on anything, huh? Huh? The soldiers died because Biden's bad decision in closing most secure Bagram Airport. Yeah, Biden gets blamed for what happened. Nobody's denying that. Biden absolutely gets blamed for what happened. But Trump is meeting with the victims for political capital. There are other U.S. service personnel that have died in the military since the Afghanistan evacuation. Has Trump met with any of them? No, because you can't blame their deaths on Biden. Trump is meeting with them for a political purpose. That's all I'm saying. I'm not excusing Biden from it. You want to blame it on Biden? It happened under Biden's watch. That's legit. But Trump is not meeting with them out of sympathy. He's meeting with them because he's going to get something out of it. Hopefully, going to get sympathetic military voters. Look at it in the comments. Trump is your daddy. 24 says one word: liar. Trump is your daddy is referring to yours truly as a liar. Okay. Trump made best decision to reduce soldiers' casualties. Yeah, by ending the damn wars. Yeah, we need to end some of these wars, okay, but I don't know if it helped out some of the countries we left. But I understand what you're saying. I told you that guy is full of crap. Tell that to what does that say? Tell that to Osley Snipe and millions of people who is charged for that. I don't quite understand that, Josie. I don't quite get what you're saying. But Trump set into law a $250 million per year Trump set into law $250 million per year to the HBCUs. You need to tell, when it comes to the HBCU stuff, you need to tell black folks that. I think Trump thinks he did more for African Americans than African Americans think Trump did for them. I mean, Trump says he's done more for African Americans than anybody since Abraham Lincoln. I have not met one single black person, even the ones that are adamant fans of Trump and are going to vote for Trump no matter what, that agree that he's done more for black people than anybody since Abraham Lincoln. Not one black person ever, and I run that statement by every time I'm in a MAGA live or I'm talking to Black MAGA, I bring it up. Not one black person believes that Trump did more. So when folks suggest that Trump is not always honest, I think that's one case that is clear. Not one African American I've ever talked to in my entire life, and I talk to MAGA every damn day. Love talking to MAGA. Free speech, I always like to hear from them. Not one African American believes that Trump did more for black people than anybody since Abraham Lincoln. Not one. Looking in the comments, so I can only have an opinion if I'm the right color, says Mean Pete. Well, no, you can have an opinion if you're not black, but you do believe that Trump has done more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln, you're still entitled to that opinion. But you are going to be viewed with a little bit of suspicion because you're telling black people you know more about who has done something for them than they know. That's interesting. I mean, that's like me coming and telling you personally, your neighbor has done more for you than you're giving them credit for. You know who the hell has done something for you. You don't need me to tell you who has done things for you. You know that already. Like I said, even the blacks that support Trump don't agree with that. Keep in mind what Lyndon Johnson did, by the way. The Civil Rights Act. What did Trump do? I mean, the Civil Rights Act is in there. What did Trump do for African Americans that's bigger than that? Because he said more than anybody since Abraham Lincoln. Look, under Trump, the economy was doing well. Jobs were doing okay. Outside of that, I'm trying to figure out where's he getting it from. Because there's a whole lot of black people that already had a job. I mean, I don't get what has he done that's that phenomenal? We got a lot of jobs created under the Obama administration too. There's been a lot created under the Biden administration. What did he do for blacks in particular, that puts him in the category, in the conversation with Abraham Lincoln or right under him. I don't understand that. Tim always saying it needs to research. I don't quite get that one. Moscow agent grifting America. Damn. You suggested that Trump is a Moscow agent? All right, let me go back to the box. Jesus, that's bad. Jeez. Tim Bravo. Like I said, I try to bring in MAGA. I just don't. TikTok is like that. I'm not going to get a lot of MAGA on TikTok. He got 1,500 black men and women released from prison. Jay Lord, you know what Trump could have done? If you want to say he done, it's, as opposed to getting people released from prison, why not change the laws that got them put in there in the first place? I mean, it's great to get somebody out that has been wrongfully incarcerated or over-incarcerated, but why not change the law that put them there in the first place? I think that would do a lot for blacks. Police reform, that would do a lot. Now remember, Trump is promising to bring back stop and frisk and get a police immunity from prosecution. You think that's going to benefit blacks? To the Lord of crime in black areas at the cost of a lot of victims. He's promising to bring back stop and frisk and give police immunity from prosecution in liberal cities, by the way, in liberal cities where the black people live at. Looking at the comment, Trump brought back the federal execution. Yikes. DJ Rob, that ain't good. MAGA request to jump in the box. Really? All right, let me look in the box. We'll go. I don't see that. I don't see you. Real quick, we'll go to Rainy K real quick. Well, where that MAGA at? Where that MAGA at? Rainy, good afternoon. Police should never support Trump. He cut funding for them. Well, a lot of them do. Rainy, good afternoon.
Hey, Tim, how are you?
I'm doing good. Good to have you on. Trump stated that we were talking about election interference, and he said he had the right to interfere in the 2020 election.
Man, he was serious as a heart attack. Listen,
Yeah.
The man says so much shit. It's like, okay, you believe it. I mean, I don't know. I have nothing for you, Tim. I got nothing. I got nothing. I just came up because you were saying what he did for the black people. My question was, what did he do for white people? He didn't do shit for nobody.
Oh,
Why is it always a conversation about black people specifically? I don't think he did jack for nobody.
You don't think the economy was good under Trump? The job numbers were phenomenal? You don't give him credit for none of that?
It was already good. I could see if he walked into office and Obama had the country already effed up. He walked into a good situation. Biden didn't walk into a good situation. He walked in under the red.
Did the situation get any better under Trump, though?
I don't know. What do we call him better? When we added $8 trillion to the deficit, what's the better?
The unemployment rate under Trump got down to 3.5%, and at the time, that was one of the, I think Biden got it down to 3 point something, even lower than 5. But at the time, Trump had some of the lowest unemployment numbers in recent history. I mean, you don't give him any credit for that at all.
When Obama left, it wasn't that far off. We're talking like a point.
Okay, but it happened under his watch. You don't get no credit?
I'll give him credit. You're right.
Then. All right. Then.
I gotta give the man credit. Fine. But I agree with what you said. Most people already had jobs. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't like this was some magical thing that happened out of nowhere. Yeah. Again, I'm willing to give him credit for that.
What about the now, I know this did not apply to everybody equally, but what about the tax cuts?
Yeah, I'll give him credit for that too. I got $700. I don't know how much you got, but that's what I get.
What about him bringing home the troops from Afghanistan?
Did he?
Yeah. He didn't bring them home because they came home under Biden and it was a mess. But he negotiated a deal with the Taliban, which started the process. Does he get any credit for that?
I guess bringing people home. My brother didn't go home. He was serving in Afghanistan. He was sent to South Korea. So, I mean, I guess.
That's a huge upgrade.
I guess he left a war, so you're right. He left a war zone. You're correct.
Yeah, that's a huge upgrade to go from Korea.
I don't know that is a benefit to anyone here in the States. I agree that the war should have ended. And one, it should have never been 20-year war in the first place, but fine. I'm not going to give him credit because he made a deal with the same people who unalived our soldiers for 20 years. I'm not giving him credit for making a deal with the enemy. I'm not giving him credit for that. If he had worked with the Afghan government, that would have been one thing. But no, he went to the terrorists.
Well, the Afghan government is a terrorist. The Taliban they are the Afghan government. I mean, there is no government of Afghanistan. The Taliban leader.
But President Ghani, they had a full government before the Taliban. What are you talking about? There was a full Afghanistan government before the whole war ended. Like, I think when Biden was still president, the Afghani government was still a thing. They had the Afghan military. Trump made a deal without them. He went straight to the terrorists.
Well, the thing about it is, the only reason the Afghan government, in my opinion, was very similar to blacks in the South right after the Civil War. Because you had black politicians and shit down in the South right after the Civil War. The only reason they existed because the Yankees were still occupying the South and protecting them. Same way in Afghanistan. The only reason the government existed because Americans were still over there protecting the country. The minute Americans left, the Taliban took back over. Just like the minute the Yankees left the South, the Confederates went right back to oppressing black people. So, yeah, there was a government in place, but it was only in place because of us.
Again, I don't know what we're parsing words for. He still didn't work with the Afghan government. I don't know that's... And then he released the 5,000 terrorists that had unalived our soldiers over the course of 20 years. He released them out of prison. And so the same people who unalived our 13 soldiers on the way out of that bullshit war is the same people he let out of prison. I mean, that's like, what are we doing here? This guy he's not good at all.
He's
not a good person.
Well, he's promising that if he is reelected, the Russia-Ukraine war, it's over in 24 hours. Is that not a good thing?
If he could do that, he could do it now.
Yeah.
I mean, you could call up your homie and say, hey, I need a favor. If you got that kind of pull, do it now. Do you love America or don't you?
Well, if he does it now, he won't get any credit. If he does it after he gets elected, I guess he thinks he'll get more credit.
But again, if you a former U.S. president and you supposed to quote unquote care, why don't you call up your homie and say, hey, I need you to put a stop to this? Call up freaking Bibi Netanyahu and tell them to stop their bullshit war. I mean, he could be doing all types of stuff, but that's not who he is. It's nothing in it for him. Like you said, he wouldn't get credit, right?
Well, based on your commentary, Kenny in the comments is suggesting that you're being paid off by the Democratic National Convention. Are you a paid agent?
George Soros owes me 20 years of that. All right? I ain't been paid, okay, Jack?
I get told the same damn thing.
I'm going to jump out. Oh, wait. I haven't spoken to you since Kamala's been on the scene. What's your take on that before I go?
My take is she's far more competitive against Trump than Biden ever was. The party is far more unified behind Kamala than they were behind Biden. So for the Democrats, it's an upgrade.
Agreed. All right, darling. Well, I'll talk to you soon. I know you got people waiting.
Appreciate you coming through, Katie. Good conversation as always. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. Don't disrespect Shaquille O'Neal. Okay, Darren, I don't know about all that. Damn, did you notice how your lips got browner since Scott? Shout out to the LGBT community, looking at another man's lips. Hey, look, I'm an ally. I'm an ally of the community, so you feel free to look at the camera all you want. This caller is excellent, says Marcus G. All right. Hey, thank you. Or war under Trump. Now we are funding both sides in wars. Yeah. I think that has always happened, though. I get your point, but I think America's always been the kind of nation that makes a fortune from war. Trump has done a few things that we don't normally do. And a lot of folks like it, but we kind of always do that. Here is a big one, Trump. Here's a big one. Trump cheated the Abraham's Accord Act and created peace between people fighting 400 years. Here's the issue with some of that stuff like that. Same thing when he met with Kim Jong-un and met with Vladimir Putin. People give him credit. If you don't get any actual signed deals or treaties, it doesn't have a lot of value to it. A lot of things that Trump did that folks are giving him credit for. Well, listen, with Kim Jong-un, and he met Kim Jong-un stopped firing missiles. Or, when he met with Vladimir Putin did not invade the Ukraine. If the benefits of you only last while you're in office, that ain't much significance. As a U.S. president, you got a max of 8 years. A nation can wait 8 years to commit mayhem. I mean, right now we're concerned that China may invade Taiwan eventually. They can wait 8 years. That ain't said. If you're not getting any signed treaties or deals, my opinion is not that valuable. He met with Kim Jong-un. Nothing came out of it. Nothing permanent came out of it. I don't think it's that much of an accomplishment. Okay, he didn't fire any missiles for the rest of the time Trump was in office. Okay, but the minute Trump leaves, there's nothing to look back on. Now that we're in 2024, there is nothing to look back on and brag about that we have because Trump met Kim Jong-un. There's nothing to look back and brag about that we have now because Trump met Vladimir Putin. The idea is that, well, if Trump was still in office, that stuff wouldn't be going on. Well, he can't be in office for the rest of his damn life. You need a deal. You need something on paper that actually stays in place once he's gone. We can't base his accomplishments on whether he's in power or not. That's not how it works. So I don't believe those are really big accolades or big successes. He fired missiles soon as Trump left North Korea. Yeah, but I'm just repeating MAGA. Well, you expect the next president to come in and take over and continue to do good things Trump did, and that didn't happen. I guess the opinion is a lot of things that some folk, now economically, maybe you might be right, but there's a lot of good things that MAGA feels that were great that Trump accomplished that the other folks don't agree with you on. Everything that Trump did that MAGA or Trump is saying is great, the other side don't think it's great. Just like if the liberals said under Obama, same gay couples got the right to marry. That's not an accomplishment to the right. That's only an accomplishment to the left. So a lot of the accomplishments that MAGA is saying, they're only accomplishments to the right. If Trump gets elected, let's say some of the anti-LGBT stuff, anti-trans stuff, that would all be accomplishments. You can't use the bathroom for the gender you identify as. That's an accomplishment to the right. Returning a woman's right to choose back to the states, that's an accomplishment for the right. The other side don't see that stuff as accomplishments. So when you say, expecting him to do the same great things as Trump, those things ain't great to a lot of people. A lot of folks don't want that stuff. I'm also a white male not voting for Trump, says Nikolai Campbell. Why not? Why not? Why aren't you voting for Trump as a white man? Certainly, why not? A lot of Trump's agenda is beneficial to you as a white male. Why wouldn't you vote for Trump? I'd be curious. His biggest voting bloc is white males. That's Trump's biggest voting bloc by far, is white males. Why not? Trump was our division, as I see more and more conservatives say that liberals are evil. Damn. Yeah, I've had plenty of them. I've had plenty of them on the program. Let me see if I can go back to the box. I don't think I'll ever get a MAGA for some reason. Today, at least not. Going back to the blogs. That says GX. I don't know what that says. Ryder. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program, Ryder. Trump's biggest voting bloc is, Trump's biggest voting bloc, or Trump's biggest voting bloc is white supremacy. Is that what you're saying? Ryder, good evening. Rada, are you there? All right, Rada is out. Rada is out. Trump is going to ruin our country. In what way? Buster, what's that says? Buster Holmes. How would Trump ruin the country? Somebody said mouth breather. Yeah, he was asleep. Jay Lawrence said, here's a heads up. Laugh it up. Our government is paying illegal aliens through the United Nations to destroy America. How is illegal aliens, quote unquote, destroying America? In what way? Most Americans have no contact with illegal aliens. How are they destroying the country? That's heavy. Another down low dude. You can't hide from reality. Okay. All that gay shit. I like it. I like it. Go ahead on. And nothing to do with the program at all, by the way. That's what's wrong now. It's all about white, black nonsense. We all American. Anthony Inmore, it's always been about white, black nonsense. You got President Trump right now saying that Kamala Harris ain't black. I mean, it's always been about race. That ain't nothing new. I mean, the liberals are always complaining that the people of color don't get treated fairly. And then Trump is coming along, said he did more for blacks than anybody else. So it's always about race. Taking our housing, reducing our wages, getting free tax money while not contributing. How many examples do you want? Wait, you're talking about illegals, I assume. Taking our housing. You realize there's a whole lot of places in this country where illegal immigrants are not taking anybody's damn housing. Reducing our wages. Illegal immigrants ain't reducing your wages. It's the damn corporations that are hiring them so they don't have to pay you shit. If you want to get a gripe or get angry about illegal immigrants taking and reducing your wages, why not blame the Americans that are making that shit happen? No immigrant is coming over here and forcing somebody to hire them at a cheaper wage. Your employer don't want to pay you shit, so they love to find these folks and pay them less. Your issue was with American employers on that one. Getting free tax money while not contributing. You realize how many immigrants, now you just stated that they're reducing your wages, which means they're working. They don't get to file taxes at the end of the year if they're working under the table and if they're illegal. A lot of illegal immigrants contribute to the system and they never see the money come back. So the idea that they're getting free tax money while not contributing, you're ignoring all of the ones that work that are using fake IDs and all that shit. They don't get any tax money back. Contributed to Social Security and all that. It's a whole lot of illegal immigrants that are actually putting into the system. Putting more in the system than you are because they don't get any of it back. They don't get any representation. So I think you need to think about that. And continue on with the program. Tap the screen. Get the likes up to about 140. Going back to the box. What it says, I don't know what the hell I'm just looking at. Megan James, good afternoon. Most of these people are not from American. There is a list. Think about it. Everyone in this country is from another place. True. That is true. Sooner or later, if you trace it back, very few of us are Native American. Native Americans and Native Mexicans, really, are the only ones that were here from day one. I mean, a large portion of the Southwest was taken from Mexico. Republicans thrive on fear and hate, says Christopher Jack. There's a lot of fear from the Democratic Party as well. You got a lot of Democrats saying the Republicans are trying to reenact The Handmaid's Tale. So it's coming from both sides. America, Marcus G. MAGA mad. Their wives are leaving them. Is that true? Most be the illegal immigrants. I don't know about that. My last guest didn't come up. We'll continue on. 140,000. Can I get you guys to tap the screen? Appreciate it. Miss Mobetta. Good afternoon, Miss Mobetta. You there?
Yes, can you hear me?
I'm here loud and clear. Trump talking about or coming out and saying the quiet part out loud. He had the right to interfere in the 2020 election. What say you?
If that doesn't say that I'm guilty, I don't know what would. You know, his supporters have been denying that he had nothing to do with it. Oh, that was the Antifa. They were blaming it on everybody but Trump. And then now that he comes out and actually says that he had the right to do so, they're gonna switch it up again and try to say, oh no, well, he didn't mean it that way. He meant to just say that, oh, just because that's how MAGA does.
Wow.
And I feel bad, almost bad for the Republican Party because MAGA ruined it.
Really? So
yes, MAGA ruined it. They're two different entities.
Yeah, there's certainly a difference between the traditional Republican Party and MAGA, but MAGA would say they got tired of lifelong politicians, you know, living off the taxpayer dough and things like that, and they wanted a different direction.
Well, they sure got one with his ass. They got one. Be careful what you wish for.
Well,
because his whole demeanor says I'm not a leader. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, oh yes, he does.
How does Trump demeanor?
He's a bully. He's a bully. He doesn't know how to conduct himself on a public stage. He doesn't respect other people in authority. That's not a leader. Leaders do not do that. I'm sorry.
Well, he got 74 million votes there, Ms. Mobetta. A lot of folks
That's
like
them slow people. That's them 74 million slow people.
Are you really going to dismiss all the Trump supporters as slow?
Not all of them. All of them ain't slow. The other ones are delusional.
Oh my God. So let me make sure let me get this clear. Is there no legitimate reason, in your opinion, to vote for Trump?
Nope.
Oh, come on.
I'm not going to sugarcoat. Now, let's go back to say, all right, his economy. Listen, when he first got into office, he didn't have to put in much work. There was stuff laid out for him. But the biggest thing for me is how many people died under the pandemic. That right there is an ultimate no-no. You had the blueprint in your hands of how to handle a pandemic when it came up, but he was so dismissive, saying that, oh, it's going to go away by April. Oh, you just sit in the sun. Like, stuff like that. That does not spell leadership.
Did he actually say if you just sit in the sun, COVID will go away?
Absolutely. He said, you sit in the sun, it'll go away. Then he started saying, oh, just inject bleach or something. You understand? So things that just showed you don't listen. You won't listen to the professionals. You don't feel that he really doesn't even respect Vance right now. You know what I'm saying? He said, this is words that came out of his mouth. Oh, well, they're not really voting for the vice president. I don't even really need him.
Yeah, he did say that vice presidential choice don't matter. That was, to me, a slap at J.D. Vance. Like, if your family, if you're the family of J.D. Vance and you're watching that on TV, like, I do think, knowing what happened to Mike Pence, the family of J.D. Vance, it seemed like they would be a bit concerned. Like, you do realize if this goes south, it's going to go really south.
It's going to go all the way south to where it's really no comeback. You understand what I'm saying? And from the stories that I just read, people bigging up, what's his name, RFK, he only went over to the Republican side to endorse Trump because he asked Kamala first and she shot him down. So he said, I'll endorse you if I get a position in your cabinet. And she said no.
I heard rumors of that. I won't repeat it because I don't know if it's confirmed or not, but I did hear rumors that.
I know. Well, I'm hoping somebody could shed some light if I am, if that was false or whatever. So I can't be 100% either, but I did hear that, Yeah. But in the lifetime of politics, there's always been people like Republicans support Democrat and vice versa. That's always been going on in politics. Yeah. So people just really need to start pay attention when Trump speaks. He tells you what he's doing, and it's not good. You admitting that you're guilty. Now he wants his case moved to federal case to the federal court so he can pardon himself or get pardoned, however that works.
Yeah. Now he is due to be sentenced on September 18th. The man is 78 years old. Would you recommend any time for somebody like that?
He won't won't be in prison. No. If anything, they'll have him on house arrest. He'll pick one of his properties or whatever. And the thing is, that's going to cost more money also. That look, he's constantly costing money because now you got to pay for security. You got to pay for a lot of things that go.
Well, actually, if he's on house arrest, you kind of save money because you just have to put a few agents at his home and a few barriers around that. But he's not jumping on jets and traveling all over the place.
True, that's true too. But no, like somebody in your comments just said, if they put Bill Cosby in, what makes him exempt? Bill Cosby was in a prison.
Every time I bring up Trump, Bill Cosby comes about. I didn't see it this time, but
because they're both old men. Like, you know what's good for the goose is good for the gander. That's what I was always taught.
Yeah.
That was and he really believes in his heart of hearts that he is above the law. That he really is, and they're making it that way. They are, but he had it set up to where I have cronies in the building. I got people that's in my pocket. I gave you your position, now you got to give me what I want.
Now, in the comments on YouTube, Jeremy states, referring to you, I doubt she ever heard anything he ever said. She has never watched a Trump speech. What say you?
If he don't shut the entire fuck up, yes, I do. If I'm gonna listen, if I'm gonna speak about politics, I can't just watch one side. Tell that mofo to go get hooked on phonics or something. Beat it.
Okay, I didn't think that was gonna happen. All right. So
I'd be ready for them clapbacks, Kim.
I forgot about that. So at the end of the day, okay, I get your opinion on Kamala Harris. I mean, on Trump. Do you feel confident that Kamala Harris is up to the job?
I absolutely do. I see that she's strong. Her will is strong. She's not backing down from even any of this nonsense that's going on. Was she allegedly, quote unquote, thrown into there? Yeah, but I believe she's ready. She's been in the political realm long enough to know how to conduct the business of the country. I believe she's ready. And not only that, she really has a strong backing. Whether MAGA wants to admit to it or not, she has a real strong backing right now.
Tim Walz?
Including some of the Republican side.
You talking about Tim Walz?
No, I like him. I like his energy. I do. He's a smart man. He's very articulate, and he has a good resume. You understand? We're not just judging from right now. Listen, there's stories that's going to come out about anybody They're referring to him as Tampon Tim. That's his nickname. Well, listen. We're living in this day and age now where people that are identifying as something different than what they are. So now you have transgender men and women. Some of them they go into the men's room to use it if they're leaking because naturally you're a woman. Have it available. That him having those in the bathroom is not really taking away anything from anybody else who doesn't identify as a female.
Yeah, but that goes away under Trump. That whole we
know. A lot goes away under Trump.
Yeah, any provisions for the transgender community, all of that stuff goes away because the right thing for transgender community, they believe the transgender community is mentally ill. So all of the provisions for that community goes away under Trump.
Right. And see, my thing is when it comes to the LGBTQIA element of P community, no disrespect. When they come to that day of judgment and have to answer to God for any of those sins, that's their own personal thing. There's no trans or bi or whoever taking anything from anybody on here. They're not taking anything from you. They
believe that the transgender community is, first of all, negatively influencing their children. They believe that, it just hurts the mental development of kids. They do believe they're taking things from them. They disagree with you on that.
That's them as poor teachers, as parents. As parents, you're your child's first teacher. Now, if you're allowing that much power to be in the hands of some an outside entity outside of your home, then you're not doing your job properly. Yeah. Start taking accountability of the things how you're teaching your child.
Fair enough. Last question before I want to ask you one last question before I move it on. Rocky Rambo on YouTube wants me to ask her what policy or policies Kamala stand on. Why would you vote for Kamala over Trump? What makes you vote for taking Trump out of the picture? I get you don't like Trump, but what makes you think that Kamala is ready to go?
Firstly, I like the fact of the Black Maternal Mambas Act. I don't know if they've ever heard of that, but that's to protect Black women after giving birth for postpartum treatment and make sure they get proper treatment when they are in need delivering their babies and things like that. That's really major. The LIFT Act is what she has, where it helps people with discrimination in housing, helping people get fair housing across the board. And this is not just for Black people. The things that everybody can benefit from these things that she has in place. There's all kinds of stuff. I'm into that. The John Lewis Anti-Lynching Act. I have to speak strong on those things because I have Black men that can fall victim to these things that those bills actually protect. Yeah. Her name is on those things. She's backing most of those things. That's what's making me vote for her.
All right. Well said, Ms. Mo Better. Nobody does it better. Thank you for coming through.
Of course. Deuces, Tim.
Pleasure. It's a pleasure. I know Ms. Mo Better don't fuck around. I kept some comments. Some of my YouTube comments saying she identifies as a couch and all that. Because she hits back really hard. So I tried to see her destroy the other guy. I'm like, I'll keep it cool because she hits back really hard. Ms. Mo Better don't fuck around. Real quick, what were we discussing real quick? Typically Republicans to say that a woman can't do the job that a man can. I saw Charlie Kirk say that Blacks can't fly planes. Yeah. There's a lot of folks on the right side of the aisle that believe that the job of president should not go to a woman. They believe that women don't have the temperament to be president. That actually does come. Alex Son says, great conversation. Congratulations. Thank you. And also thank you folks that are supporting the program as well. Appreciate you folks that are tapping that like button. We almost got to 300 on YouTube. Appreciate you folks that did tap the like. By the way, this is uncensored programming. We are uncensored every day. We are MAGA friendly. Always have been, always will be. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome on the program as well. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with QAnon. If you enjoy civilized dialogue without anybody worrying about being block banned or censored by the host, you are in the right place. I'd implore you to follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. Monday through Friday is when you'll find us here. Doesn't matter if it's a woman, but if we are getting bird brain Kamala, then there's obviously a problem. Ali, I'll say this in regards to Kamala Harris being quote unquote bird brain. I don't think you know enough about her. I mean, okay, she was in the Senate. I mean, if you listen to Trump, you're talking about her race, you're talking about who she had sex with. I don't think there's enough knowledge on Kamala to refer to her as bird brain. Bryce Ferg. Wow, you made my day. Thank you with the support there, Bryce. Thanks for being you. Wow, thank you for the support on the program, Bryce. Appreciate that. Much love to you. And by the way, I wanted to address a couple super chats coming in from Will G. Have you tried StreamYard and Discord? I actually downloaded Discord. I haven't looked into it yet. Never heard of StreamYard. I will write that down. The reason why that's coming in is because I would like to engage verbally with more MAGA. My TikTok audience is almost all liberal nowadays that call in. And I don't want to ever lead you folks to believe that I'm deliberately picking one side or the other politically. I'm wide open to whoever the hell calls in. Even if they call in and tell me I'm a piece of shit. I believe in letting folks speak. It's all free speech here. But liberals tend to call in more on TikTok, and YouTube is more of the right. So if I could find another platform where I can actually verbally engage with folks, whereas MAGA would be okay with the platform, because MAGA's not big fans of TikTok. So if StreamYard or Discord can get it done, then I will look into that. But it has to be mobile because as you see, sometimes I'm in the vehicle, sometimes in my makeshift studio at home. And so I would have to, Jeff Patakis, as I let it call in, we'd love to have you on. You can call in and criticize the hell out of the program or any of the viewers. We'd love to have you in. 50 final offer, and I'll even mail you the book for free, just pay shipping. What does that mean there, Mean Pete? 50 final offer, and I'll even mail you the book for free. I don't know what you mean. Just wondering who do you support? I'm up in the air, Patricia. Patricia Wimbush. You're asking who do I support? I lean left on a lot of social issues. So I think that the Biden-Harris team would probably favor, listen, I'm an ally of the LGBT community. I ain't gay. I don't really know anybody that is, but I believe that you should be able to live your life and who you love should be irrelevant to the government. So I'm going to favor the liberals on that because the right is really anti-LGBT and trans even further. I think society has kind of began to accept the L, G, and B, lesbian, gay, and bi. But the T community, the right, is very anti-trans. I watch mostly right-wing media, a little bit of CNN and MSNBC, but mostly right-wing media. Every single story that the right has on the transgender community is negative. It is 100%. If the right is talking about the transgender community, it's a negative story. The right is really anti-trans. So I'll leave it at that on that. But with me, the biggest issue is Trump promising to give police immunity from prosecution. I would like for him to explain that because that's frightening to me. As someone who drives all damn day for a living, I don't have any criminal record, but the notion that you shouldn't care if the cops have immunity as long as you're not committing crimes. Cops ain't perfect. They're human just like I am. People fuck up all over I'm not a fan of that. And Trump has not explained that, why he wants to give cops immunity. And by the way, he's talking about doing it in liberal cities. He said, I want to work with liberal mayors and liberal governors to get to reduce crime. So I want to get a police immunity from prosecution, as he says, so they can do their job. But he's only talking about doing it in liberal cities. Places where I'm at. Places where people like me are located. Make no mistake about it, the overwhelming majority of people committing crimes in liberal cities are black. They're black. So the cops are going to have immunity from prosecution dealing with them. My humble opinion is you're going to set back police relations with African Americans 10 times worse than what it is now. It ain't good now. But if you give police immunity, and he's talking about bringing back stop and frisk, you just turn the police into just like literally a very hateful force. Nobody's going to want to fuck with them. So I'm curious. I'm a little hesitant on that. Gen X, we are against is normalizing delusional behavior. And that's why I said that the right is really anti-trans, because the right do believe that they have a mental illness. The right sees the transgender community as one or two ways. Either you're insane thinking you could become a man or a woman and you're born one or the other. You're mentally ill. You're either that or you're totally sane and you're only identifying as a woman to dominate females in sports or do bad things to kids in bathrooms. It's all negative. So I'm saying it's all negative. If you're part of the very tiny community known as trans and you're voting Republican, I want to talk to you. I'd like to have you on the show. Got a few questions to ask you. I'm assuming there's a transgender. What is the woman? The Kardashian person, Bruce Jenner or whatever. That individual's a Republican. I'd love to talk to him. I would really like to talk to him. You're voting for Trump? I'd like to speak to him. YouTube will have live chat coming out next month. Is that true? Roderick Williams? If so, my problems are solved. Caitlyn Jenner. Yeah, Caitlyn, not Bruce anymore. Caitlyn, my fault. Yeah, if you're transgender and you're voting for Trump, I want to have a conversation with you. I think it would be really interesting. I think it would really be interesting. I don't get that one. And they don't like your very existence. Come on, Hanson. When we were young and you seen a man in women's clothing, you thought they were a little bit disturbed. True, but you ever heard of evolution? We thought a lot of things when we were young that we disagree with now. We called the gay people the F word. You know, I think the folks in the UK use the same term for a cigarette, but we called the gay people the F. You don't do that now. I mean, we've evolved. Just like older whites would throw around the N word, which is why I usually tell black folks, how the hell could you escape oppression and then turn around and do the same thing to somebody else? To me, being African American and anti-LGBT doesn't make any sense. Like, if all people, you know what they were going through. Go ask your mom. Go ask your grandma. How the hell could you be categorizing somebody after what your mom and grandma went through? So I'm not a fan of it. I just tell you that. I believe as long as they're not doing anything to harm me, let them be. Let them be. And I just don't buy into the notion that the transgender community is just looking to go and hurt kids. I mean, the right believes that. When this move is over, liberals will be flying MAGA flags from their cars, 100% facts. Jay Rich, based on what? You do realize Trump is 78, right? When this movie is over, liberals will be flying. Let me just say this. The idea of liberals flying MAGA flags from their cars. First of all, I don't think MAGA wants the liberals to be flying MAGA. MAGA don't want shit to do with the liberals. So what are you going to tell me? Black Lives Matter going to be flying a MAGA flag? The LGBT, you don't even want those people in your mix. So I don't see that ever happening, but it's funny. There's going to be a lot of sad MAGA on November 6th, says Marcus G. Yikes. Tommy Sayavong, you says, yes, we do. We talked about this yesterday. I see MAGA, unlike the Democrats, MAGA believes, look, we got the best plan for America. Get on the Trump train or whatever the case may be. Come join us or get run over. It's kind of like I don't have it with me. Oh, yeah, I do. It's kind of like the Gadsden flag. Remember the Gadsden flag of the 13 original colonies where, join or die? I actually see, the snake. The snake with the Gadsden, it was a snake and it said join or die, very similar. I think that MAGA is similar to that. What I mean by, and I'm not saying MAGA's trying to kill every damn body, but what I mean is that when they say join or die, either get with us or we're going to roll you over. And I said this before on yesterday's broadcast, it's easier to be a Republican politician than it is to be a Democratic politician. Because the Republicans, for the most part, the platform is catered to straight, heterosexual, Christian, white people. Now, if you're black or Hispanic or something like that, and you believe that they have the right ideals, I'm talking like folks like Tim Scott and Mark Rubio, who's black and Hispanic, or Ted Cruz, you believe they got the right plan. So you get on. But if Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio, or Tim Scott started talking about, you need to do this for Hispanics, or you need to do that for black people, you can either get on with this program we have right now or get your ass off at the next stop. It's easier to be a Republican politician because they have a plan in place and they're not really taking criticism or recommendations. We already got the right path. Whereas the Democratic Party, they have to cater to feminists, Muslims, the LGBT community, black people, Hispanics. All of these people got a seat at the damn table. The folks that are protesting about what's going on in Israel, the Democratic Party has to listen to all of them folks. The Republican Party's like, fuck that. Get on the train of what we have now or you can get off at the next damn stop. That's it. So it's way easier to be a Republican politician, straight, heterosexual, Christian, whites, We got the best plan. Come join us. If you're down with it, you're on. Tim Scott, he's black as I am, but he's down with the plan, so he's good. You can't, the Democratic Party is everybody wants a seat at the table. So it's much harder to be a Democratic politician because they actually do give them a seat at the table. You think if Trump wins, you think he gives a damn about those folks protesting about what's happening to the Palestinians? You think he's going to let them interrupt a Trump rally or something like that, protesting what's going on with it? No, you can get them the hell up out of here. Looking in the comments, mainstream media convinced the public MAGA is a racist movement. Not true. Yeah, the mainstream media do say that. I will agree that they do say that. But there are things that are suspicious. I mean, you can show up to a MAGA gathering, wave the Confederate flag around on January 6th, a dude wearing a Camp Auschwitz t-shirt out in the damn open. They should have been challenged. I'll just say that. You're wearing a Camp Auschwitz t-shirt out in the open. If you went to the gathering on January 6th and you had a picture of Colin Kaepernick taking a knee or a Black Lives Matter, they would have challenged you. This guy got a Camp Auschwitz t-shirt on. Nobody's saying nothing to him. He's walking around out in the open. Take it as you may. Which policy has directly affected you that you would praise Joe and Kamala for? Praise? Damn. I've said this before, and I'll go back to the box after this. That's a great question, Ali. What would I praise them for? Probably the number one policy, which is not going anywhere. I've said this before. If Trump could get elected and give us $2 gas, bring us back to the great economy we had where the price of goods and services were much cheaper, lower inflation rates, none of that would compare with Biden and Kamala promising to give us universal health care and tuition forgiveness. If I got universal health care, because I go to the doctor plenty, got medical issues, shit with the eyes and shit, high blood pressure, the shit that come along with a 50-year-old. If I could get universal health care like it's supposed to be, like it is in most first world countries, like what the Democrats under Obama was promising, if I could get that and tuition forgiveness, there ain't shit Trump could do with the economy that would put more in my pocket than that. Nothing at all. I got 3 college degrees. I only got one of them paid off. There's nothing that Trump could do with the economy that would be the equivalent of that. So when you say give you a policy that I would praise them, that would really upgrade my life. And I got to assume a lot of other folks that have college debt. I mean, you're talking hundreds of dollars a month. It would be big. It would be way more than lowering the price of eggs and cutting gas by 50 cents a gallon. It would be way bigger than that. And I drive all damn day and it would be bigger. So just want to tell you that. And as somebody said in the comments, health is wealth. Before I go back to the box, how many of you folks have been sick? Maybe you need to go to the doctor, thought you had the flu or maybe COVID, or maybe, God forbid, it was something worse and you were hesitant to dial 911 simply because of the cost. Call an ambulance, they're going to charge $2,000. I don't know what my take of it is going to be, but with my health care or my insurance at my job or not having insurance at all, I can't afford it. Well, I'm going to be in collections for the rest of my damn life. How many of you folks have ever had some type of medical situation where you were hesitant to get treatment because of cost? Universal health care would have stopped that. Universal health care would stop that. So that's going to bang out anything Trump's talking about on gas. Anything. There's a lot of Americans that are, I need to go to the hospital. Probably should call an ambulance, but it's cheaper to call Uber or Lyft or have my cousin take me. I would assume there's probably somebody who has died in the damn car because they didn't call an ambulance. I bet you there's people who have died in transit because they called a regular person that had no training when if they had called an ambulance, they would have probably got. I bet you some people have died that way. Nothing he could do with the economy that would be better, for me at least, than universal health care. And certainly tuition forgiveness. So those are two policies that were promised by the Harris-Biden team that mean a lot. Oh my God, Alan Hinkle said, what about a helicopter? You had to get airlifted? Oh shit. What does that cost? Damn. Oh my God. No, that's bad. You do realize in socialized medicine, ambulances cost like Canada is an $800 charge. Well, Canada is only one country that provides universal health care. My guess is it's probably not the same from country to country. But I'm just simply saying, you get my point, okay? $800 for an ambulance, you get my point though. People are picking and choosing when to seek help because of cost. We're talking about people's lives. And the cost of healthcare is making people negotiate their own safety. That's how bad it is. Their own safety. And that's in the program we have now. Can you imagine what it would have been like if Obama hadn't gave them a little bit of health care? I'm just saying, this is what we're dealing with. There's nothing we can do. $2 gas is not going to compete with that for me personally. I like Trump's economy. I would love to get some of the numbers we had back during that time. But it ain't going to compare with universal health care and or tuition forgiveness. That would be way more financially beneficial for me. Looking in the comments, black folks need Trump to save them, says Kenny. Save them from what? How? What we gotta accept all this weird LGBTQ nonsense, but our religion and beliefs are ridiculed. Well, you're ridiculing the LGBT too. I mean, you're calling them nonsense. So, I mean, I guess you're exchanging ridicules. Well, first of all, let me just say this. You said, wait, we gotta accept all this weird. How do you have to accept it? If your neighbors are gay, what do you mean you gotta accept it? What do you want, the right to go over and tell your neighbors, quit hanging out together? How are you accepting it? You make it sound like it's a infringement on your life or your freedoms. What are you talking about? You gotta accept it. I don't want to accept that you're gay. What do you want to do? Make the two husbands move out from each other? You gotta accept it. Wow. I know a few people on Obamacare, and they thank Hodge for it. They haven't seen a doctor in years. I don't know where to go with this. Stop pulling it. Our kids look at Wayne Wade's son. Oh, stop putting it. I guess you're saying stop putting it on kids. Look at Wayne Wade's son. This is something the right believes that I have a problem with. I'm not on the same page of this. I don't buy that if you normalize being transgender, it's going to make people want to become gay. I know I like chicks from a young man. You weren't going to turn me gay by normalizing being gay. Gen X, maybe you got the answer. What am I getting wrong?
What's happening, my man?
Not much. Good to have you back on. What am I getting wrong?
Oh, well, you said you wanted someone trans to call in if we were voting for MAGA.
Nothing wrong with that.
All right, I'm transracial.
What is transracial?
Transracial. I identify as a black man. And when Kamala start giving out these reparations, I want my fucking cha-ching.
So when it's time for Kamala to take a vote on whether she should give out reparations, you're going to vote in favor of it then, right?
Absolutely.
All right, then we're getting somewhere.
If they're going to vote in favor of giving it to me, why not?
All right. Okay. Well, I don't know.
How ridiculous is that, Tim? All serious, all joking aside. How ridiculous is that?
What, reparations?
No, not reparations. Transracial, because that's a real thing.
Identifying as a different race?
Dude, he got grown men identifying as children.
I haven't
as
heard.
Children. Opposite genders, children, different race. It's nuts.
That's why I call it insanity and delusional.
Where is that?
I don't say that to be mean. I say that because if we kind of step out of the box and we look at it, I mean, there's an insanity behind thinking that you're something that you're not and actually believing it.
Where is this happening at? Where grown people are, if a grown person identifies as a child, what are they saying? They want to go back to elementary school? What are they doing?
Here, I'm gonna find it for you.
Is this just like one wild case out of the middle of nowhere that they're trying to find to make a point? Grown folks identifying as kids. Is this?
Yeah, there's a bunch of them on here. What it's called when adult identifies as a baby, it's called age regressor syndrome, age regression. A grown man identifies as a 6-year-old girl. That's just fucking nuts. It's so bizarre it has to be a joke. UK man identifies as a man. It's really happening. It's not something I'm making up. You can Google this just as easy as I can. Now, is it commonplace? Does it happen all the time? No, it doesn't. My point is, it's insane.
But let me ask you this. If a grown man wants to identify as a little kid, are they trying to do things that put them around little kids?
That I don't have the answer.
Because what you do in your home is look, if you're at home with your wife or you're at home by yourself and you want to identify as a little kid and put a backpack on and lick on a lollipop, I don't give a damn. But I don't think you should be to walk into first grade and say you want to enroll. So I'd have to hear more on that.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Would you say, let's take your example. Would you say that a grown-ass man that wants to go home at night after a hard day's work, throw himself into a diaper, shit on himself, have his wife feed him a bottle and change him, do you think there might be something a little off about him?
I mean, I don't know about the diaper and bottle, but I like to nurse every now and then. I mean, I don't see, if it's at home with your woman, I don't see the issue.
Come on, man. You know what I mean.
I don't know. I mean, look, if it's at home with your wife, it is what it is. I mean, you know, that's role playing. That's at home with your wife.
No. That's not what I'm not talking role playing. I'm talking about people that actually believe this shit.
But if you're doing it at home and it's not out in public, so be it. I mean, what's the difference between doing that and starring in a movie where you play, what did Tom Hanks, did he play Big or a character where he didn't want to be a kid? It's just acting. And nobody's been harmed by it.
So somebody brought up a good point in your in your chat. Don't get him banned, Gen X. No, and they're actually right about that. They're pretty touchy about that kind of shit. So let me just say this. In answer to your question, yeah, okay. If I'm home and I go out my third floor window in a Superman costume, my big fat ass, and I call down and say, hey, Tim, I'm Superman. Do you support my decision? Are you going to say, yeah, jump your fat ass off that ledge? Or are you going to say, bruh, get down, you ain't Superman? What's the kind, compassionate, sane thing to tell me?
That's mental. Yeah, then you on some fentanyl or some meth. Yeah, that's mental illness. Then that's bad. A big fat Superman on the third floor. All right, okay, you made your point, but the stuff you're talking about, it is incredibly rare, though. I mean, it is. I mean, a grown man that wants to, like I said, if you go home with your woman and you want to identify that, I don't see any issue with it. But yeah, if you're out in public and you want to ride the school bus with a bunch of kids and you 40 years old, then yeah, there's a problem with it. But like I said, I don't think there's a major issue with that actually being a reality in the United States.
It happens, but it's not, and I'll concede, it's not very, very common.
But let me ask you this though: you do believe that if a man wants to identify as a woman, or a man thinks he was born in a woman's body, he is mentally ill, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. So and there's a lot of MAGA that believes, not just MAGA, a lot of Americans, even Democrats, a lot of Democrats even too believe the same thing you're saying. But let me ask you this way: what if you're born white and you think simply by being white, you have some kind of supremacy over everybody else. Is that mental illness?
You know, this isn't going to be very popular, especially among my constituents and my friends and my social circle. But yeah, I think that's mental illness, man. If you honestly believe that the color of your skin is nothing more than the color that we're born with, and you think that makes you in any way, shape, or form superior to another human being, yeah, man, that's mental illness. Okay. I think that's my opinion.
But then, shit, you got to say half of our ancestors were mentally ill, because that was a way of thinking in America. People thought simply being born one color gave them hierarchy over everybody else.
Yeah, but I'm not first generation white. I'm
you get what I'm saying, though. If you
I get you.
America's been a nation for about 250 years. I'd say at least damn near almost 200 of those years, most of the politicians in America were mentally ill. Most of the voting public in America was mentally ill.
Well, the other part of that, though, is you've got, I mean, if you're born, you asked if you're born and you naturally think that, if that's mental illness, and I said yes. The other part of that is if you're taught that from a very young age, you may grow to believe that is normal and that is right, and it's not an abnormal behavior. Because if you take most children that aren't raised like that, kids ain't born racist.
True.
They're just not.
True.
You know, that's a behavior, an ideology, or a thought process that is taught. That's why when they talk about the whole, and this is kind of touchy, the whole T people raising children, that although the kids aren't automatically going to be T's. Well, yeah, they are, and here's why. The same thing applies with gangsters, okay? I've got a friend, myself included, grew up in an Italian-American household that it was normal to do certain things. And I thought up until a very old part of my teens that would be to hate cops, to extort people, to sell drugs, to steal cars. I thought that was a normal, logical way to think and behave. And as it turns out, it's not. But
so what you're saying is if you're a child growing up in a house of transgender folks, you'll grow up thinking it's normal, and that increases the likelihood that the child will be transgender too?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Andy says that's why he's okay with Trump breaking the law. No, I'm not okay with Trump breaking the law, but I'm okay with you making me a sandwich.
Oh, my God. All right. You and Andy done found each other together. All right, Gen X. I don't know if I totally agree with you, but I do understand your point. I do understand it.
Well, let's talk more about it one day, man. Let's both dig up some stuff and we'll hit it and have a good conversation, as we always do.
Absolutely, as always. Good talking to you, man.
Well, good talking to you, my friend. Have a good day.
You too. That's Gen X. Gen X is MAGA. Gen X is MAGA. So we dig it. Like I said, Gen X regularly comes on both platforms, so always a pleasure talking to him. He is Proud Boy, so he's certainly MAGA. But I don't get a lot of MAGA on the TikTok side, so it's good to have him on. People, the only way to stop racism is to stop talking about it. The more you choose to say black and white, the more it will become a reality, says Anthony Root. There was a clip of, was it Morgan Freeman or Denzel Washington talking about how do you get rid of racism, stop talking about it? I could not disagree with that anymore if I tried. Racism is obviously mistreatment of others. You know, it's an atrocity on America's past. When has an atrocity ever went away by people being silent? You think the Catholic Church would have stopped abusing kids if nobody said a damn thing about it? The reason why racism ended in this, well, I won't say ended, but the reason why racism was brought down considerably in this country is because people got loud as fuck about it. You think if Martin Luther King went away and people stopped talking, that the white community down south would have just been nice and decided they found the error of their ways? You think the slave owners that were making millions of dollars collectively off of the slave trade, when it finally came around, you know what we're doing is wrong. Let's go back to having to work for a living, which, as we can see right now, the South still hasn't recovered from all of the lost revenue. Some of the poorest states in America are those former slave states where they used to get all that free labor. So the idea that if you stop talking about it, I tell you one thing, if I'm mistreating people, I want silence. I don't want nobody telling me what I'm doing is wrong, because then it makes other folks realize it and start looking at my ass the wrong way. Stop talking about it? That's crazy. Ain't gonna make it go away. That's gonna, what they say, what's done in the dark will come to the light. That keeps it in the dark. That keeps it in the dark. If I'm mistreating somebody, I want everybody to remain silent about it. Allows me to do it longer. Now less people know what I'm doing. I can't understand why anybody would say that. And by the way, I believe Morgan Freeman, I think he's the one that said that, came out and said he was wrong. I think he came out and retracted that statement. Can't stop talking about hot cakes. Hot cake. I've worked the same job for 24 years. Yeah, thank you, C. Osby, for the hat and mustache. Appreciate it. I worked 24 hours. I worked the same job for 24 years, rather. I've worked the same job for 24 years now. Since Biden got in, I have to work 20 extra overtime hours to keep the same lifestyle. And that's after a $2 raise this year. Jonathan, I don't know your personal situation, Jonathan, but you were working under Trump. And according to you, you had to work 20 extra hours of overtime to keep the same lifestyle with a $2 raise. What did you do? You moved from Mississippi to Manhattan? $20, you're working 20 extra hours in a week, assuming that time and a half. The Biden economy ain't great, but it ain't that fucked up. You got a $2 raise and you're working 20 extra hours at time and a half. And no, it ain't that bad. The math ain't mathing with that, man. The math ain't mathing with that. Let me see if I can do some simple numbers. Let's do a roundabout number. Let's say $10 an hour. Everybody hopefully making more than that, but let's just for the math's sake, to make it easy round number. You make $10 an hour, you make $400 in a week. Let's say the $400 was sufficient under Trump. Under Biden, you got to work 20 more hours, according to you, overtime hours. So now you're getting paid $15 an hour because you get time and a half for those 20 extra. You said overtime hours. So if you're in a union job, you go up to double time. But we'll say you're in a regular right to work state where they don't pay double time. You don't have a union. So $15 an hour now times 20. So what is that? Another $300. So you went from making $400. Wait a minute, you got a $2 an hour raise. Even more to this. No fucking way. Your salary has more than doubled. You don't need to double your salary from Trump to Biden. That's just not right. You make it, what did I say, $10 an hour. I just want to do the math on this real quick. $10 an hour, you would have made $400 a week under Trump. But under Biden, with a $2 an hour raise, so now you're making $12. So now what is that, $480? I don't have the math in my head. I'd have to get it. Well, anyway, but you're making, and then you're making $18 an hour, or time and a half for 20. There's no fucking way you would need to make all of that money to survive under Biden. Shit ain't went up that much. That's it. And I see in the comment here. Now here's a very interesting comment. Biden quit. Says literally everything is up 500%. This is what I say often, folks, when I suggest that the right is making the economy sound way worse than it really is. He stated that literally everything is up by 500%. Do you realize what that is? 500, 5 times the cost. Really? Jesus Christ. You think things went up 500% under Biden? That's not even close to accurate. That's out in a different universe in terms of accuracy. My apartment has increased by over $500 in rent per month, says Triple B Slayer. I don't know how much you were paying to start. So I mean, listen, if you got an apartment, you're paying $3,000 a month for it. $500 is not as much of an increase than if you're living somewhere and you're paying $800 a month. I don't think there's any justification generally for why. I'd have to see what you started out with. But 500% is just out in space somewhere. 500%. You really think things would have? Wow. That is an absolute lie. Yeah, that's a real big lie. 500%. Okay. And that's what I thought too. Fred Skin in the comments said landlord price gouger. That certainly came to my mind because a lot of folks are using Biden's economy to make excuses to charge even more. All of the extra money you're paying for shit is not legit. Some people are using it just like anything. I mean, if you got a hurricane coming, people use that as an excuse to charge more for lumber and things like that. Some folks are waiting for an excuse to charge you more. It ain't all legitimate. Some of that shit is people just gouging you. That ain't Biden's fault. And by the way, Trump doesn't support, heavy regulation on businesses and shit like that. So anybody that's gotten away with price gouging you, you're not going to likely get a lot of help from Trump to lower it. He doesn't believe in government intervening. Let the free market decide. If the free market decided they want to gouge your ass, there you go. His math is wrong. Yeah, it's real bad. His math is real bad on that. Jeff Pataka says, Hanson, you have to admit that everything is more expensive than it was 3 years ago. True. That's true. But that don't mean you throw out a wild ass number like 500 fucking percent. Just about nothing in this country has regularly went up 500%. That's just wacky. Blame the cows for the higher cost of steaks. All right, folks, I do appreciate you guys. I mean, you got to laugh. 500%. Wow. That is crazy. Andy, you were told to make a sandwich by your one and only fan, your favorite fan, rather, Gen X.
I don't feed trolls, honey. I don't. I don't know why you feed the trolls. Cut that out. It's bad for their teeth.
I believe it. How about the 500% increase on goods and services?
This is why we don't believe MAGA. Because when you tell us bullshit numbers like those, we immediately assume you either failed math or you're lying through your teeth.
Yeah, I think it's the lack of knowledge, the lack of mathematical knowledge. I'm not great on math, but 500% is pretty damn obviously wrong.
Well, also, I noticed you said that, yes, you could see where prices might be high. No. Walmart, Target, and Aldi went back to pre-pandemic pricing. Walmart has now priced down more than 50,000 products to pre-pandemic pricing. I sent you that article. You should read it.
I was in Walmart this weekend. I ain't see all of that. I seen some stuff come down in price, but I used to be an over-the-road. Hold on. I used to be an over-the-road driver during when the pandemic hit in late 2019, early 2020 is when I got out of being an over-the-road driver because the freight dried up. I used to buy the same shit to eat when I was an over-the-road driver, so I know like the price of pot pies and their little salads and that shit ain't came back down to pre-pandemic levels. It ain't that cheap.
Well, maybe not in the fresh produce section because that's produce, but pretty much, I mean, there's a list of the prices that have come down. I sent you the article. One of my followers actually works at Walmart as a regional manager, and he was the one that told me about the first set, and I'd already found the article. And at first it was like just 3,500. Now it's 50,000 products. Plus, Walmart got in some trouble. They got caught scanning products costing $1 more after being scanned than before they were scanned. So, Walmart had to do everything they could to get their shit together before they got in a whole lot worse trouble.
So Walmart was in on the price gouging, basically.
Yeah, they were price gouging you and ripping you off, just straight up.
I don't deny that was likely. I mean, we're a capitalist country. Everybody's focused on the bottom
line.
line.
They want to put in shelves that do predictive pricing.
Like I don't. At Walmart, you just got caught stealing from us at the self checkout, which they pretty much made you go to because they cut everybody down.
Yep.
And then they make you go through that line, and then they treat you like a criminal.
But at the receipts at the end, when you leave out, they want to see your receipts.
You don't miss anything while stealing from you. Like that's just.
Well, if you get rid of the cashiers, it is going to increase the likelihood of theft. But they just determined that, okay, there may be some theft, but it's still cheaper than having to give, health care and all of the provisions to an employee that we'd have to pay. Yeah, if we let them check themselves out, they may steal a few items, but at the end of the day, it's cheaper than paying somebody $14-15 an hour to be at the cashier.
But you missed what I found humorous about that. They watch you like you're stealing while literally every item you scan, they're stealing from you. That's
yeah. Walmart, to me,
that was the joke I was trying to make.
Yeah, to me, Walmart at first, but now it's Amazon. But Walmart was a perfect example of the negatives that can arise from capitalism. We already talked about socialism and communism and how bad that. There's bad in capitalism. And Walmart and Amazon and some of these companies are a prime example.
There's a difference between Amazon and Walmart. Walmart is one corporation. Amazon could be as many, half the people you see on there are third-party sellers. So me and my husband, we sold $1 million worth of Plantronics earbuds and stuff from our home using Amazon as the platform. So a lot of those people, it's like an upscale eBay. You're not down there selling with the people that are selling their used socks and stuff. You're actually, in a respectable.
Wow.
Because eBay's kind of slimy to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I used to sell stuff on eBay, but it's been a long time ago. It's probably been 10 years ago since I used to be on eBay. $1 million worth of Plantronics. And wow, that's a lot.
And, those earbuds were really popular at the time. Like, this was like 8 years ago. Like, people will buy, and see, not only that, I also had the Ma Bell contract. So every time Bell South answered a phone, they answered on the phone I sold them, so I was happy about that.
Oh, shit, you need to support the program then, girl. Shit.
Well, I am real big. I can teach anybody how to use the internet to make money. When somebody tells me they can't find a job and they're broke, you ain't trying.
Wow.
You literally aren't trying. You can go on Temu right now and buy stuff for pennies on the dollar and sell it on Amazon. It just takes a little bit, just a little bit of ambition. I don't have a whole lot of, and like I said, I would listen to MAGA more and believe them more if they quit making up those bullshit numbers.
Well, speaking of bullshit numbers, Kenny with exclamation points right there in the comments says no post-birth abortions. Is that happening?
Well, no. And first of all, anything after 24 weeks has to be induced by law that the Congress passed not once but twice. Once in 2002 and once in 2022. I guess the last Congress forgot that they passed the first one and they needed something because they didn't have anything because, Republicans ain't done shit. So it looked good, but that bill's passed twice now. And the fact that Republicans still believe that and their candidates walking around saying it means y'all don't know anything about your own government.
Yeah. I would
policies.
What I've been saying. Yeah, what I've been saying is I would like for Trump has said it, DeSantis has said it, MAGA said. I would like for them to provide at least 1 or 2 cases of a woman choosing to terminate a child after birth, because Trump stated that he said in Minnesota that women are giving birth, putting the baby to the side, and her and the doctor are making a choice whether to keep it or not. Like, provide at least one example of that.
Doctor going to prison, that's crime.
Yeah.
Like, look, just because he commits crimes and gets away with them, don't mean the rest of us can commit the same crimes and get away with them. Let's be honest. We don't have that kind of privilege. We ain't got that kind of money. I mean, I made a little money, but I ain't made that kind of money.
Yeah. He should have to prove that, though. I mean, like, some of the stuff,
it's a ridiculous lie.
Yeah,
see, that's my problem. Is Trump tells them ridiculous lies. They repeat ridiculous lies. They make us look bad all over the damn world because now people from other countries are going, Andy, do you know people in your country believe? I'm like, yes, I know.
Well, here's a very strong, might be controversial comeback. And this is coming from a woman, by the way. This is coming from Brenda Bodwin on YouTube. She says they find babies in dumpsters every day.
Well, that's just called schmurder.
Yeah,
I mean, that's not like you know, even if Roe had stood, that would still be smarter. Y'all stop it. Stop acting like crimes are okay and that liberals are committing them. Find me one case, y'all. I'll wait that wasn't prosecuted and got away with that. Because, like, you leave your kid in your car by accident, you are still going to jail. They don't care if it was an accident. They don't care how bad you feel about that kid. I used to unlock cars for AAA. Mm-hmm. And some people just, not even thinking, shut that door. They don't even leave their kid. Wow. But in the 10 minutes it takes to get somebody out there to unlock it or be able to get in there without hurting the kid, even, you know, it's I've seen kids almost pass out, lose their breath, be taken to the hospital. And yeah, parents feel bad, but that's still a damn crime. Yeah. And we're supposed to, you know, prosecute crimes. We're supposed to, when somebody's guilty, admit they're guilty. Instead of running around here going, not till they get sentenced. No. When the judge said you're guilty and the jury said your ass is guilty, your ass was guilty. Sentencing can come later, but you're still guilty.
Do you think he's going to do any time?
Things that go around this app saying.
You think he's going to do any time? September 18th is the day. You think he's going to
Nah. Unfortunately, no. He'll get away with it again because he has money and privilege and a bunch of people that no matter how idiotic what he does is or how criminal it is, will sit there and defend the man to the very end. I don't get it. You know, if it was a Democrat that did any of those things, it'd be off with his head. Damn. Just picture Obama doing any of this shit here.
I've certainly heard that before. All right, Andy. Appreciate you coming through.
Look, Obama wore a tan suit and they wanted to play him. Can you imagine?
Yeah, the tan suit is not wearing a flag lapel. He used to get hammered for that stuff.
Have happy Labor Day.
Same. Appreciate it. All right, looking in the comments, it'd be wild if one day you guys lived your religion more than you expected others to. There are a lot of folks who would, and that's one reason, and I grew up in the church, and I get your point. You're saying it would be wild if you guys lived your own damn religion more than you expect other people to live a religion. I agree with that. I grew up in the church. I say it all the time. I used to be in Bible study. If you had asked me when I was 5 or 6 years old, what do you want to be when you grow up? I would have said a preacher. I've seen so much from folks identifying as, for lack of a better term, identifying as Christian that doesn't match what I was taught Christianity is about, that I'm not very religious anymore. That comment resonates with yours truly. It would be wild if one day you guys lived your religion more than you expected others to. There's a lot of folks that are going around saying they're Christian doing very un-Christian-like things, to the point where I don't know if I'm really religious anymore. I've seen so much of that stuff. I've seen just way too much of it. Looking in the comments, that happened to a lot of us, says Tamara Huntley. Yeah, it is what it is. Oh, bullshit. Dems get away with way worse. Why isn't Obama paying? Why isn't Obama paying is back for all of those family vacations where they took every relative they have, $14 billion. You really think, you saying Obama, during the 8 years Obama was president, he spent $14 billion on family vacations? I'm going to suggest that that's probably fabricated a bit. That sounds way, way high. You're telling me Obama spent $14 billion? Okay. I'd like to see the source of that. To suggest that Obama spent $14 billion on family vacations, I would like to see the source of that. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the 157,000 likes. Appreciate you guys tuning in to the program as always. Follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. This is Uncensored Programming. Daily, Monday through Friday, we are MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. It is indeed your boy, Tim, the Handsome Liberal. Catch you tomorrow. Same on YouTube. I'll see you guys tomorrow.